Good morning. Hey, everybody. How are you doing today? My name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. We are on part 14 of the Betty Broderick murder trial. She is on the stand telling her side of the story. It's weird. Hey, Judy. Hey, Jennifer. Hey, Wiggles. Let's see what Judy has for us today. A forensic psychologist concluded Betty Broderick suffered from dual personality disorders. Her behavior was characterized by wild exaggeration, petty vindictiveness, and homicidal rage. He believed that she suffered from depression, but that was neither insane nor mentally ill. uh, I love you too, Wiggles. What's not a thing? So I thought personality disorders were a mental illness. They're not. She had histrionic. What was the other one? Was she borderline too? Or narcissistic? I don't remember. I guess we'll find out when he gets on the stand. All right, StreamYard, come on. Not even streaming anything yet. What is your problem? Oh, you stupid. I wish they would quit adding the crap. It might work right if you would quit adding crap we don't need. They've added a take notes. I have a pen and paper. I don't need notes on the computer.
Yeah. Broderick, we were talking about the fall of 1985. Was there a time in the fall of 1985 that seemed to be a turning point for you?
Yes, September of 1985 would have been the time that Dan told me to wait for about the soils engineer to tear down the house. And so all summer long when the kids were away and I went to Canada and stuff, I had no reason to go over to Coral Reef, the house where he was living, and really no reason to bother him. And so I waited for September, and the children came back, and I was waiting for us to start tearing the house down like he said. But it became apparent to me during September of 1985 that Linda was in fact around, and the
StreamYard. I just don't know what to say anymore about StreamYard.
Well, why was that a turning point?
Objection, Your Honor. It's vague.
Well, it's asked and answered, sustained.
Well, Your Honor, maybe we approach the bench, Your Honor. She wouldn't let her finish her answer. Now I'm following it up with why was that a turning point in her mind?
I'm objecting to the speaking objections. of counsel.
Was there something else other than the soils engineer not being paid now? If there was, go ahead.
A whole bunch of stuff.
Go ahead.
September was a real turning point. It was when I started, doing the soccer team with Rhett, and then Dan wouldn't let Rhett come to the soccer team and stuff, and so he was interfering with me coming to the house and seeing the children, which I never expected that he would. And then right into October is when he finally started filing papers, and that's when everything switched to now it is a divorce. And at the same time, he was calling me from Notre Dame and saying, it was 20 years ago tonight, and I was very, very confused, because on one hand, he's doing all these kind of mean, awful things, and on the other hand, he's still calling me and saying it's 20 years ago tonight we met, and remember all the good times we had, and sending me flowers, love Dan and stuff, and I was getting really mixed signals at exactly the same time period.
Okay. Now, when you say 20 years ago tonight, what was he referring to?
Dan was at Notre Dame at the SC Notre Dame game, and I had 2 guests in my house, and if I didn't have those witnesses, I'd think I dreamt it or it was a nightmare or something.
Sustained.
What night?
He called me from South Bend, Indiana, and he appeared tonight because we're in 85 and we met in 65. That we met and all the fun we used to have, and he wanted to, reminisce on the phone and stuff. I was kind of shocked because it was right in the exact.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In October of 1985, was there some kind of family function that was something that was traditional or important?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled, you can answer that. Go ahead.
Larry had established an Oktoberfest as a tradition that he had in Colorado. Yes.
Okay. And did you go to that?
Objection, asked and answered. She already testified for that.
Overruled. Go ahead, you can answer that.
No, I wasn't invited in 1985, but I knew that Dan went.
Okay. Did you get, how did you not going to?
Out not going, but then later on I found out that Linda had gone, and that's what precipitated me really confronting Dan, saying, I want to hear the story. I want to hear how you're going to tell me this was a mistake, that Linda ended up on the same plane and at a private party in Colorado. And that's October 28th, and that's when he told me the truth.
Did you get any papers while he was away at this time?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
The did you have the children in, when we're talking about December of 85, January of 1986, where were the children living?
The children were staying at Coral Reef because of the condition of them all the time and spent time with me, but they didn't. There was no furniture in it, and it wasn't livable.
And were you, how were you dealing with your children?
Overruled, you can answer that.
At what specific time? Which specific time? Things change so rapidly.
Okay. In December of 1985, around Christmas time and the beginning of January, how were you dealing with your children emotionally?
Well, in November, I hired Mr. Jaffe, up in LA. And so I didn't do anything
Objection.
about the kids.
Sustained.
The,
Well, Judy, I hope that is not true, because you're right. That will absolutely hurt content creators. That's not fair.
in the fall of 1985, Mr. Broderick told you about his relationship with Linda. Correct?
Objection.
Well, sustained. Sustained. Go ahead.
Did he talk to you anything about your illness having anything to do with
The night that he told me the truth, he wanted me to go to a mental hospital because he thought I was crazy. And I said, no, I'm just angry at, what you told me. I think anyone would be in this position, but I don't think I'm crazy. I never thought for a minute that I was crazy.
Yeah.
But he wanted me to.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I don't have any objection to the defendant testifying, but we've already gone over this, and I think it's inappropriate to rehash it rather than testify.
Sustained.
During the summer of 1985, when your children are out of town, did you go anywhere?
Objection. That's an answer. She went to Canada. She testified to it.
For 10 days.
Your Honor, I don't believe I've asked her that in this trial, whether she went to Canada.
The answer can stand. Go ahead.
The
We are 8 minutes into this video, and this is the third time StreamYard has crashed.
Showing you what has been
And
marked,
on the Canada trip at Bouchard Gardens.
and that's in 1985.
I think it was July of 85, yes.
The,
For the record, double L's an 8x10 color photograph?
yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Is it okay if I walk through the well?
Certainly.
And showing you M for identification. Do you recognize those 4 children?
Yes, I do.
And are those your children?
Yep.
You remember when that photo was taken?
Rhett looks like he's not even 2 there, so it's about 80 or 81.
Just make sure I pick up where I started before, Your Honor. Or where I ended.
You'd got to January of 86 where they moved to the Cypress house, I believe.
Okay. Now, during the time when Mr. Broderick had moved into Cyprus, were your children telling you anything about what their father was calling you at that time? I mean, how reasons that they couldn't come over or they couldn't see you?
Well, when he hired those babysitters in September of 1985, he told the babysitters and the children and everybody else the reason he had the kids was because I was mentally ill.
Okay. And did that continue up until that time?
It always, yes.
Okay. Now, at the time that when the house was listed for sale, did you at all ever sign a listing agreement?
The Coral Reef home?
Yes.
No, I didn't agree. No.
Okay. And okay. Now, on Christmas at that time, did you receive any notice while they were in Utah about the sale of the home? That Coral.
At Christmas, I received a letter from Dan saying that he was, is that what you're referring to? A
Yes.
letter from Dan saying that I could get my junk out of his house while he was gone on the trip, and then when he got back, he'd be moving.
Okay. And where the stuff that you were to take, where was that? What part of the house? Was
In
it
the garage at Coral Reef.
Okay.
We had moved so many times because of the crack slab to the rental, and then to the rental to Coral Reef, and then I had the Shores house, and we were in moving upheaval for so long there since moving out of Coral Reef that things never got unpacked.
Did you get some of your stuff out of the garage?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a time later where you tried to get other things that that Dan had taken to
Yes.
Cyprus?
Yes.
Was there a problem with that?
Yes.
And what was that?
That Dan wasn't using it, but he didn't want me to have it either. It was stuff he had in his garage.
Okay. Now, in January, were you aware of whether there was any kind of restraining order against you?
The only restraining order I was aware of was the original one that I think was September, October 85. That's the only one that I know about.
Okay. So there was at least that restraining order that you were aware of?
Right.
Okay. Did you have any, and in January of 85, did you have any legal visitation rights with your children?
No.
And was there anything being told to you about what would happen if you came over to visit your children?
Yards of the house that I'd be subject to arrest at all times.
And during that, and how were you maintaining were you maintaining contact with your children at that time?
I was trying to.
Okay, and how were you doing that?
I could see them at school during a school year, but there wasn't very much free time. I would have lunch with the younger ones, but I'd see them after school, but really they just come out of school and get on a bus and go home. So it wasn't much I could see them.
Okay. So
or telephone them.
So did that mean that you went within 100 yards of that home to see your children?
Continually, yes.
Okay. Did you become aware of, at some time, some offers on your family home in 1986?
Offers on the house, and I wouldn't talk to her. She sent me an envelope, and I wouldn't open it. I told her I wasn't interested in selling the house until it was part of the divorce settlement. And Mr. Jaffe, remember, told me, don't sign anything.
And why were you concerned about selling that asset?
Because it was the only thing that had my name on it.
Sustained.
Okay. Was there, you knew who Larry Broderick was, didn't you?
Yes.
Were there any suspicions about him?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Was there any suspicions about Dan funneling money to Larry Broderick?
Yes.
Okay. And why were you? What were those suspicions about?
Well, because I was party to a conversation in Broderick's house a few years earlier, and Larry's friend was present, and he was getting a divorce, and
Sustained.
Well, did you believe that money was being funneled to Larry Broderick?
yes, I heard Larry said he
Your
could do
Honor.
that.
Excuse me.
You can answer that yes or no.
Yes.
Get to the reasons.
Because of this conversation that I heard of Larry, that was right there, that he was advising this other man who was getting a divorce how to become broke on paper at the time of the divorce and then get the money back on paper, and that it was, Larry's feeling that his wife should not get one copper penny, he said.
Okay. And just before Dan walked out, had there been a number of dealings that you knew that Dan was sending money to Larry Broderick?
A lot of them. Larry had control of all of our investments, as far as I knew. Dan was so busy being a lawyer that he didn't have time for investing, and so he sent all of our money to Larry, and Larry was the investment arm of our family.
Before Dan had walked out, had there been anything that happened with receiving any paperwork from Larry?
Yes, in 1984, I got at the front door a big, thick manila envelope hand-delivered by someone, and I opened it up. I didn't know what it was, and
She said there were 6 of them, so she's got 5 siblings. And none of her siblings would take her kids?
it was real estate things or something about a deal in Colorado. So when Dan came home, I showed him that it came to the house, and he got very mad that it came to the house. He didn't want me to know about something that was going on, and I didn't think much of it at the time, but later on, I thought, no wonder he was mad about things.
Did you at some time find out, now during this period of time in January, were you hearing from the children calling over Coral Reef?
Every day, yes.
Okay.
But they wouldn't be calling Coral Reef. I was in the rental house.
No.
I mean, the
Calle de Cielo.
empty house, right?
Okay. And
Well, there's more testimony after hers.
Calle de Cielo.
The empty house, right?
Okay.
Good gravy, Marie. I am getting so tired of this website. They need to get their act together.
Writing things
Objection,
down.
not responsive.
Sustained.
Oh,
Okay. What were the journals?
things I wrote down.
Okay. And why were you writing things down?
Because I was so stressed and so upset, I couldn't remember things. So I wrote it down so there'd be a record that when I went in, stuff.
Okay. And when you were writing in those, were they always something that was happening that day? Can you explain what kind of writings would be in the diaries?
Well, basically three kinds of writings, little things that would happen or big things that would happen that day. And then I would go back and try to say what happened in the past, and then just narrative ranting and ravings about things are in there. Not specifically tied to a certain date or a certain event.
The at some point in time, the talk to you about the children talked to you about how Linda was dressing.
It's embarrassing that she'd be in the kitchen in the morning with her teenage friends, and that Linda would be coming around in, only she didn't call it Linda, she said, it's so embarrassing that your father's girlfriend shows up in the kitchen in nightgowns and stuff. She's just embarrassing.
Do you remember any incident where there was a Rhett being unsupervised playing with matches?
Yes, I had a lot of problems with the children being unsupervised. It was
Do you remember the date of that?
not particularly, but yes, he was starting fires. And he had knives, and there was a dog fight. I don't know particularly what date you're referring to, but the children were not being supervised over there.
Do you remember what day you took the furniture from Coral Reef? What specific day?
No. And I couldn't have taken much myself. I didn't move furniture.
Sustained.
If you could, do you recognize this page?
Yes, it's one of the pages out of the diaries.
Okay. And does this refresh your recollection as to the date, as to the match incident?
It's on December 7th. The kids are alone because it says it was a
Objection.
Saturday.
She's just being asked if it refreshes her recollection. She should give it to herself.
Sustained.
And can you read this to yourself and tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to the time that where you first took some furniture out? Just tell me if it refreshes your
Yes.
recollection. And what was the date?
12/23/85.
The now during the did you find out, now during that period of time, was there any other January 30 of 1986 now, did there continue to be problems with the children?
There were constant, everyday problems with the children. I was hysterical being separated from them. I didn't like the babysitters. I thought they weren't being cared for. I thought they were being neglected.
I swear, I can't even get up long enough to go to the bathroom.
Turn this double in.
Show you some things where we have some specific dates in your diary. It's just to see if that refreshes your recollection on whether there was a problem on any of these.
Your Honor, I'm going to the relevance of the specific date. She's testified she believed it was an ongoing problem. I don't think it's an issue.
Also of 86, which is what she's testified to. Do you need the specific date?
Well, I mean, I necessarily don't need, I don't know if I need the specific date, Your Honor, as to when all of these things happened.
Objection sustained.
It says everything else crying.
Was there a problem with Rhett with an infection?
Yes.
Okay, and what problem was that?
The one under his arm infection? Rhett had ongoing sinus problems, and one time when I picked him up at Francis Parker School, though I don't remember the date, he was holding his arm like this, and it was a Friday because I was picking him up. And I said, Rhett, what's the matter? He said, oh, don't touch, because it hurts. And I said, what happened? And he said, I fell. And he knew his arm hurt. I said, well, let me see. He took his sweater off and his shirt off, and I was expecting the size of a golf ball.
Okay. And was there any, was it a open wound or did it have pus in it?
It was just a big abscess kind of thing, and he had it for several days, he said.
Okay. Did that upset you?
Yes, because obviously nobody looked at him.
Did you ask him why he didn't show it to his father?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Same.
Your Honor, it goes to plain state of mind.
What status? We're still talking about pieces.
Your Honor, and there's been evidence as to phone calls and that she was upset.
Objection sustained.
You've heard a number of phone calls that you made, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you made the phone calls, were there things happening that you were being told about children's neglect and whether Dan was taking care of those problems?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you take care of his arm?
Sure. Took care of it right away.
Some point in time, did you find out that your family home had been sold?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you find that out?
I got a phone call in the late afternoon. I was preparing dinner from, I recollect it was Mr. Jaffe.
Okay. And were you informed?
Started the thing that your house has been sold, and I was just shocked. And he said that they served him a 4-hour notice. I'd never heard of a 4-hour notice before. I said, what's that? He said, well, they can let the other side know that in 4 hours they're going into court, and if you don't show up, they can get whatever they want. But I didn't know about a 4-hour notice. And I said, how can they sell it without my name on it? I was just really upset. I could sell a house that had my name on it without even notice to me.
Did you have people visiting at that time?
Yes, my parents were here.
Okay.
And Brian from Canada.
Okay. And at any time, did someone try to give you notice at your house or on your phone?
Not at all.
Okay. And had Mr. Jaffe been paid?
No, so he was, and he never filed a response to the divorce, so he was not technically on that day at all, even my attorney of record. I had no attorney of record.
Okay. And do you remember on what date that occurred, approximately?
1980.
Were you given any details of the sale? How it was sold? How much? What was that?
He didn't have any details. All he had was that he was given a 4-hour notice.
Okay, now what did you do when, before you went and contacted Mr. Jaffe, did you have any contact with Mr. Broderick about hiring a lawyer?
Yes, when I was served with the original divorce papers, I knew I had to hire a lawyer or just deal with Dan. So the day I was supposed to drive to LA and hire Mr. Jaffe, I spoke to Corey first, and I said, Dan, you're making me do this. I don't want to hire him. Let's just get together and work this out. I don't think hire a lawyer. It's a lot of wasted money, and I just didn't want to hire a lawyer. I just wanted to work it out as quickly, quietly, and cheaply as we could. Just work it out. It seemed very simple to me at that time of why couldn't we just work it out.
And was he willing to do that?
He wouldn't talk to me.
Now, what did you do when you found out your house had been sold?
I was absolutely shocked. I felt sick to my stomach. I couldn't believe it because it represented to me, as I've said earlier.
Sustained.
First of all, what did you do?
I said to my guests, I have to go talk to Dan. I'll be right back.
Okay. And why did you leave right then? What were you feeling that made you leave right then?
I had to talk to Dan. Something really big and important had happened. Mr. Jaffe didn't have his retainer. Who else would I talk to? I had to go talk to Dan. He's the only one who knew the answers. I had questions, he had the answers.
Okay. And so where did you go?
I went to Dan's house. Kim and Lee were there.
And what did you do when you went to Dan's house?
I sat out back behind the house in his house, and we waited for Dan to come home, and he did.
Now, before your divorce, did you know a Patty Monahan?
Yes.
Okay. And had she talked to you about her divorce?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you about anything that she had found in her divorce?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled, may go to state of mind. See where he's going. Go ahead.
That she had found this Gray, Carey, Ames, and Fry memo to the parties, step to be taken when preparing for divorce. And it was how to get the maximum leverage in a divorce.
And did she tell you what maximum leverage was?
Well, I remember from her divorce, and I lived through her divorce with her, that they tried to sell their home that they'd been in for a long time and move to a rental. And when my divorce happened, it seemed to me that the same things were happening. That my husband tried to get me out of the house we had 10 years worth of equity in and into a temporary living situation. That is, in fact, what happened. What saved Patty Monahan was her house didn't sell.
Was the memo about things that they can legally take or how to do something with your assets so the wife didn't know? How was it?
I never saw the
When she
paper.
explained it to you, did she?
When she explained it, she said that her attorney was dying to get his hands on it because he thought it would be very incriminating against her husband during her divorce. But all I knew is what I saw Dave Monahan do in his divorce, and when I saw Dan doing similar, if not exactly the same things to me, I used to say Dan went to the Dave Monahan divorce school.
And that was to put you at a disadvantage in
And that was
divorce.
to get rid of assets and not pay taxes and not pay down credit cards and do all kinds of similar things I heard that Mr. Monahan did during their divorce.
The when you went to what did you do when you got to Dan's house?
I just waited for him to come home.
Okay. And where did you wait?
Out in the back area by the garages.
And who was?
Kim and Lee were there.
Okay. Did Dan eventually come home?
Yes.
And what did Dan do after driving up to the house?
When he saw me, he just went like gray-white. He was not happy to see me. And he said, "You have 10 seconds to get off my property. I'm calling the police."
Did you try to talk to him?
I said, "Yeah, yes."
What
I
did
said,
you?
"Wait a minute. I just want some answers. I just want to talk to you."
Okay. And what was his response?
He didn't want to talk to me. He wouldn't talk to me. And I said, "Girls, I mean, all I want to do is talk to this guy. I mean, it's going to call the police." And I was scared that he was going to call the police.
Okay. And did you have any suspicions about about that sale of the house? What the
I
purpose?
didn't know how much he sold it for, or who he sold it to. Or, yeah, I had all kinds of problems. Or, how I was going to get my half of money, or what was going to happen. Because all I knew was a phone call, my house had been sold, and I needed the details.
Okay. And so what did you do when he told you that he was going to have you arrested?
I left. I was scared.
Okay. Was there anything mentioned about talking to attorney at that time?
To your attorney, and I said, "Well, to you not sending him the $10,000, he won't do anything." And then he said, "Well, call my attorney." And I said, "I have Dan's attorney," and said, "Why don't you just do it for the both of us?" And Ashworth would not talk to me at all. He said, "I can't talk to you, Mrs. Broderick. I won't talk to you. I can't talk to you." So I had nobody that I could go to except Dan. And Dan wouldn't talk to me.
At that point in time, how did you feel about what Dan was doing with the house and in a 4-hour notice?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Did you return to the house at some point in time?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do when you returned to the house?
I banged my car into his front door.
Okay, and when you, why did you run your car into his front door?
I was extremely hysterical. I was totally upset. I was crying. The biggest thing that bothered me was, besides the sale of the house, the biggest thing that bothered me was the way he was treating me. This is the man that was supposed to take care of us and that I trusted and all that baloney. And I went to him for answers, and the way he treated me was just so awful and so cold and just non-communicative. Like, it was just like, screw you, just die, get out of my life, go away. He had no respect for me at all.
Did you have a weapon with you at that time?
I don't remember.
Do you
I
remember?
know Lily says there was one in the car.
Did, what happened at that time? Did someone call the police?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, and where were you taken?
To county mental health.
Okay, and do you recall a reason why you were taken there?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Because I banged my car into his door.
Okay, do you know who requested that you be brought to a mental hospital?
I assume Dan.
Okay. How long were you held in the hospital?
It was even try. I just sat there for 72 hours.
Okay. At the time that you were in there, did you get transferred from a county facility to a private facility?
Yes.
And did you end up running into a doctor who you had known through your dealings with Dan?
Yes, the same Dr. Zedimer that he took me to months earlier. Remember, I thought we were going to have counseling. And he was going to leave me there. He need counseling, only I need counseling. So the same doctor showed up.
And do you know how you got transferred from a county facility to a facility where Dr. Zunimer was?
How I
Yeah.
got transferred? You mean the paperwork or physically or?
Do you know why? Did anyone ever tell you why
No.
you were transferred to a place where Dr. Zunimer was?
Well, I thought Dan did it. Dan wanted me moved.
After you were committed, were you ever billed by that hospital?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
I'll make an offer of proof on that,
I don't see the relevance of it. Come on up and make an offer proof if you want. I don't.
How do you feel at that about your need for psychological help?
At the county mental health, you had an interview with a psychiatrist, and there was a form you had about it. What are your problems, and why are you crazy? And do you have drinking problems, drug problems, marital problems, all these kind of problems? And the only kind of problem I felt that I had, I needed a lawyer to represent me properly against Dan, and that's what I wrote on.
Did you have any fears about seeing a doctor for mental health problems or confiding in a doctor at that time?
For two reasons, yes. That doctor particularly because he represented to me one of Dan's experts and that he used routinely. And his experts would always more or less say what he wanted them to say. So I would not submit myself to any sort of an exam by one of Dan Broderick's experts. It seemed ridiculous. And the other thing was he was trying to say I was crazy children, and the reason he got a divorce was his poor wife was nutty. And his wife wasn't nutty, so I wasn't going to go see a bunch of psychiatrists to prove I was nutty.
Yeah. During the time that you were married to Mr. Broderick, was his image important to him?
Yes, always. From the moment I met him, his image was very important. All through medical school and law school, I tried to say earlier, the way he dressed and the way he carried himself and the way he acted, he always had a tremendous image, tremendous ego and a tremendous image. And it served him very well, always.
Yeah.
His clothes were always part of the image, always, when we were poor.
Now, I talk about the, you mentioned the fact of Dan and drinking. Was there a problem during your marriage with Dan and drinking?
A tremendous ongoing problem, only I didn't consider it a problem for the very first 8, 9, 10 years. I thought he was just a party boy and just a fun guy, you know.
Was there any particular problem that would arise that was related to the drinking?
Well, besides the drunk drive, he had several drunk driving arrests, but besides that, you mean passing out and stuff?
Well, the next day, would there be any problems? Would the drinking cause any problems? He'd go out at night, the kids wouldn't be around, he wouldn't be around. Would that cause any problems later?
The next day?
Yes.
Yes, Dan was not a violent drunk when he was drunk. When he was drunk, he was sappy and funny and romantic and slobbery and cute, and he was not an angry drunk. But the next day, when his head was as big as this, and he had a hangover, is when we hear about all the ranting and the raving and the smashing and the screaming and the yelling, and he just had no patience with anyone. And that was always the next day.
Okay. And during the time that you were married to him, was there any time that Mr. Broderick would get physical with you?
Yes.
Okay. And how would he do that? What kind of things would happen?
Well, again, in the beginning, I thought a lot of it was funny, but he, you know, whenever I said something he didn't like, he'd grab me by the neck and pull my face up to his face and say, "What did you say? What did you say?" Until I agreed with him, and then he'd say, "Okay." You know, and I don't want to hear that from you again. But you know, it was part of him playing with me, but it was also part of him training me what I could say in his presence, you know. And then there was a time when I skied up to him, and my skis went over his by just a little bit. Saying anything, his reaction was to hit me like that. And I practically broke my leg because he was very physical with me in the beginning. But as the years went by, I learned to either placate him or stay away from him.
Okay. Was there times when he would do something, were there times when you would be present when he would physically do things in the room or where he was?
Oh,
The
sure.
doors or
Yes. When we were poor and stuff, it was more of a problem because we couldn't repair the things that he smashed, and we were afraid that the people we were renting from would want us to rebuild the walls and the doors and the desks and things that he would smash. But as we got money and as the things got ours, he could just smash anything he wanted because we just have to go out and replace it or repair it. But that was his act, screaming and yelling. And
when he was destroying things, did you ever get physically hurt?
yes,
And what kind of physical injuries have you, an example of a physical injury that you've suffered?
well, when he punched me that time with the car, I got a broken sternum and it hurt for months. I got a black eye when he went like that once. I don't know if it was his hand or his elbow or something that hit me, and he was going to smash something, and I got in the way. And like the time when I got pushed off the skis, I couldn't that leg for a long time. I had a totally sprained ankle.
Did you learn to avoid Mr. Broderick when he was in bad mood?
Yes, and I learned to keep the kids away from him, too.
Okay. Now, did in 1986, did you learn about an event at Mr. Broderick's house on St. Patrick's Day?
Yes, St. Patrick's Day was always a big party and a big crowd and lots of noise and lots of drunkenness, but that particular one, Kim told me really gross because Broderick had a kilt on. his underwear on under it, and he was jumping on Connie, I think. One of Kim's friends was in.
A kilt is not a skirt, it's a kilt. And you don't wear underwear with a kilt. That's how a kilt is worn. He should not have been jumping on teenage girls. But I will defend that a traditional kilt is not worn with underwear. Why are we talking about all this? This is not why you shot the man, Betty.
In bed with Kim, and Larry was jumping on them and saying in this kilt and acting like a real fool. And Linda's sister was there, and it was again from Kim. These reports are all from Kim, or I wouldn't have known anything.
Okay.
Everyone's drunk.
How did you feel about the children were getting at that time?
Probably the same as I did all along. I didn't think the babysitters were doing, I didn't think they worked enough hours. They weren't there enough to put the kids off in the morning and make sure that nobody was supervising the mornings. Was your homework done? Is your hair combed? Are your teeth brushed? Did you have a breakfast? Do you have a sweater? Do you have the right shoes and socks? What's happening in school today? Do you have the right papers? Do you have that's a big thing to me in the morning, that each kid is settled and sent off correctly. No one sent these kids off in the morning, any of them. They got up themselves, they dressed themselves, they complained to me there was never any breakfast food, or if there was milk, it was rotten milk, there was no cereal.
Well, you know what, Betty? If you had kept the kids, you could have been doing that. But you gave them to Dan. You gave them away. You don't get to complain now that they're not being raised the way you would have raised them. Actions have consequences.
So made me mad. Dan paid a lot of money. These poor, especially Danny and Rhett, would ride this bus all over San Diego when school was less than 10 minutes from their house. It was like 5 minutes from their house. But Dan didn't want to drive them, so he paid for this bus. And then Lily had problems getting to school in La Jolla, where he didn't want to drive her, and he wouldn't drive her. And the days she was 15 and a half were...
Sustained.
Did anything happen with Lee, problems with Lee and driving to school?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Again, I would offer for state of mind as to...
Objection sustained.
You were angry and upset during that period of time?
Yes,
And were there a number of things that were happening during that period of time?
always, a whole big number of things.
The now in the spring of '86, did you start a job anywhere? Working in?
I believe so. I hadn't for a long time, so I got nuts.
Okay. And you go to work.
Got it at a brand new thing called Civic Art Gallery in La Jolla.
Okay. Now, how was the visitation being arranged then? Was there any kind of visitation schedule?
There's never, no, all through this, there was no visitation schedule.
So
And I hadn't seen the children for quite a while, and I was very nervous and very bored, and that's why I got the job. The job paid no money. It was only commission.
And how was the visitation arranged? How would you know whether the children were going to come visiting?
Well, I got a letter from Dan at one point saying that it would have to arrange visitation with him. He would refuse to take my calls or speak to me in person for any reason. So how could I arrange visitation with him? So I would have to, the kids would ask if they come, and I'd say, okay. And then they'd ask Dan, could they come? And then they'd have to get back to me. It was total confusion. I'd get phone calls from kids at school saying, where are you? I'm like, what do you mean, Grandma? Nobody told me I'm supposed to be there. And it was just total confusion. And it was never the same twice. Every single week was different. I wouldn't find out until picking up time at school on Friday if I was supposed to have those kids or not. It was impossible for me or the children to make plans. And if I had something specific.
It's getting very narrow.
Sustained.
Okay. And what would you, were you filling up calendars with other events, or were you trying to be open for your children? What were you doing?
My priority was always the children, but at that time, there was a reason, or I didn't get the kids for a long time, so I took the job.
Stand.
When you would find out that you were going to get at the last minute the children for a weekend, would you change your plans if you had any?
Yes.
And how were you communicating with your children at that time when you started the job in May of 1985?
As I've said before, if I could catch them for at school, which was rare, or telephone barely, or I'd have to go over to Dan's house.
Been asked and answered as she indicated.
Sustained.
During that period of time, was there anything that was done at the Broderick house that made it difficult, and I'm talking about Daniel Broderick's house, to now communicate on the phone with your children?
Yes, the answering machine was put on.
Okay. And how did that answering machine work?
It was a separate machine from the telephone, and you could turn the volume on it up or down, or turn the machine off, and you could turn the volume on the phone up or down, or turn the phone off. And they were separate things.
Would the answering machine work if you were calling that house and the phone was to the phone line? Would it still work?
Yes.
Okay. And was there, were you aware of how many phone numbers or phone lines were going into that house?
Yes, two.
Okay, and what was your understanding of what those phone lines were for?
Is that there was Dan's phone line and the children's phone line. Dan's phone line, the phones, I don't know if I knew all of this back then. I may have heard some of it in testimony here, but I knew there were two phone lines.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, at some time you learned about at some point in time you learned about how that answering machine was being used. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you learn about how that answering machine was being used?
Objection, Your Honor. She's indicated she's learned this through testimony and trial.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'd like her answer read back. I think she said she learned some of that through testimony at trial.
Just ask her to tell you what
Okay.
she...
Can you tell me at that point in time what you knew about the telephone?
Right.
Okay,
I'll try.
go ahead. Try the
I
best
knew
you
there
can.
were two lines, Dan's line and the kid's line. I only knew the kid's phone number, and the machine was put on the kid's phone number with Linda's voice on it, and the kids told me, especially Kim told me, when she would call, she told me that the ringers would be turned off on the phone, or the phone would be locked in a closet, and that my messages could come through. They could neither answer the phone or call me back from, and not allowed to touch Dan's line.
Did you, at some point in time, were there times when you were doing anything to try to let people know that you were trying to call the house? Children?
I'd call and call and call and call all the time. I'd just keep calling and calling and calling until someone would hear the click on the machine, or I'd get some sort of a response.
Okay, so if you were to call and talk for a minute and hang up, call and talk for a minute and hang up, the machine would turn on and off?
Right. And if they were right next to it, I got them a few times, they could hear the machine clicking on and off, and then they'd answer the phone, but there'd be no ring or noise or anything.
Sometimes when you were calling the children, would it be a response just calling, or sometimes would it be a response to their call?
We had a constant back and forth, and the four children did everything separately. It seemed to be a lot of back and forth because they were all separate.
During the
And
times
I would
that-
answer their they'd leave messages for me, and I'd call them back, and I'd give them the answers, or try to.
During the time that you were mentioning that there was problems at the house and people hurt or there's no food, would the kids call?
Yes,
Would they sometimes leave messages on your machines?
yes.
And what would their attitude? Would they be calling happy, terrified, crying?
I got all kinds of messages. I got hysterical ones and crying ones and moaning ones and where are you, Mom, and why don't you call, and I need this and I need that. The relationship between the children and
Sustained.
Okay. And why would you keep trying to call back?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'd like to be heard. I don't believe I've asked that question.
You may not have asked it, but she's answered it, Mr. Early. Go ahead.
Would you get all your messages when you would first system of trying to call back the kids when they were calling, wanting to know why you weren't returning their calls? Would all your messages be bad?
not.
Since we call a number and 11, 12 times before you'd leave a message that had.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is leading the witness.
Sustained.
Can you explain to me some of the times when you would call, how you would, how the messages would progress if they did at all?
Well, I'd try and call back and just simply talk to the kids. And when I hit the machine, I'd be frustrated. And then I'd call back again and again, and my frustration would be escalating. And I'd get really angry that I couldn't get through. And it would mean that I'd have to drive all the way over there. If I talked to the kids, I'd get really, really angry that they were just using that machine to get me.
And why were you leaving? And did you leave obscene messages on the phone?
Yeah.
And why was that?
It all built, not only on particular days, but the whole situation built up to that I could never get through it, and that they were taping every single message every time I'd call, and it was just Linda just needling me and driving me crazy. She didn't live in that house. She wasn't a Broderick. She didn't belong on their machine at all, and it just got out of hand until the judge stepped in and put a stop to it.
Now, at that point in time, when you're screaming on the phone, how did you feel about what was happening to you, your ability to handle what was happening to you in court and financially with Mr. Broderick?
I felt totally powerless to control my life, my children, my finances. I had no control over any aspect of anything. I was completely at Mr. Broderick's mercy, and he didn't show much of that.
And so what were the phone messages?
Objection, Your Honor. Waiting and...
Sustained.
Well, the defense's position...
Objection, leading.
How did you feel when you were leaving those phone messages?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overall, you answered it.
I felt like it was my only place in time to vent my incredible frustration at the situation, at Dan and at the world. I was just furious. I know he didn't like it when I called him names. He got very mad when I called him names. So I purposely called him names to show him how mad I was.
The Did you do any...
2 regular phone lines and a cellular line.
What was the purpose of having 2 lines?
I also had a main, because I also had a main house line and the children's line, but being that they didn't live there, I just had 2 lines.
Okay. Who was there certain people that only had one number?
In my house?
Yes.
The cellular number?
You had 2 lines in your house. Did you ever have answering machines on any of those lines?
Yes, on the main number, 8320.
Okay. And did you ever keep one of those lines clear?
Yes, I kept that line clear.
And what was the purpose of keeping that clear?
So the kids could always get through. When I made outgoing phone calls, I used the other lines so the kids wouldn't reach a busy signal, because I didn't have call waiting. So the kids could always call through, and it was 2 lines in one phone, and I could listen to what messages were coming in while I was on the other line. And then I could interrupt the line I was on and pick up the kids' call.
And if the kid message and answer the call, were you able to call right back and get a hold of us all the time?
That was
Okay.
before I got mostly walking around shopping because I lived alone and I was so bored.
Why did you have the other phone line?
Because I'd miss messages from the children. So I got this cellular phone that you could hold in your hand. It wasn't connected to a car or anything. And it came with me everywhere. It came with me to the beach in the morning. It came with me to Nordstrom's. It came with me out to lunch. And cellular phones, the only people who knew that number were the children and Brad, so that they could reach me directly no matter what. And I'd leave a message on my home machine that said, I can't be reached. And the kids knew then to call the purse phone.
Do you remember a weekend in around Memorial Day of 1986 when the children were brought to your house at the last minute?
Yes, that was, keep going? Yes.
Okay. And what was happening that weekend?
I was working at the Simic Art Gallery. I was getting ready to go to work. I had to be there within like the next 15 minutes. Next thing I know, the kids are crashing in my front door. Hi.
Okay. Did you know that?
Not a phone call, nothing. I had no idea coming.
And did it cause problems at work?
I was frantic when I made some phone calls to Dan's house because I didn't want to go to work and leave the kids at my house unattended. But yet I would have disappointed work. I mean, I can't not show up at work either. So that's when I made those frantic phone calls to Dan's house. What we found out later is Dan wasn't home.
Sustained.
Did you later at some point in time find out what?
Overruled, you can answer that.
After he dumped the kids on my lawn, he went to the Ritz-Carlton in Laguna Beach for the weekend. So he wasn't home and he didn't get those calls.
And was your job something where you could just call somebody up and have somebody up show up on Memorial Day weekend to do your work?
No, because it was a startup business too. We were all brand new, and I didn't even know the other workers. And no, it was too late to call anybody. I was supposed to be there. And so all the kids were hysterical, and I was hysterical, and Dan was gone. We couldn't get him.
And sometime did you learn about a
I don't know, but old enough for the girls to babysit the boys. Because I think Tim was about 14-ish when they divorced, I think.
a request for a procedure on settling property of finalizing the actual divorce. In other words, that you would no longer be married, but continuing the property issues.
Yes, I got something along those lines that I was supposed to sign and agree to, and of course I wouldn't agree to that, no.
Okay, did you have a lawyer at that time?
No.
Okay. And you got it in the mail, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I
Did
may
you
have gotten
understand?
it at Simic Art Gallery. I got something there.
Okay. Did you receive a settlement proposal in March as to listing some assets, what the firm was worth?
But I remember getting a thing that I couldn't figure out, right?
Okay. And at that time, Mr. Jaffe still had not been retained. He hadn't gotten his $10,000 yet.
Right.
Okay. The
I don't either. None of this says.
Did you learn again that summer what was going to be, where your children were going to be? Summer of 86, your
Yes,
children,
Dan
was that something that you talked about?
Okay,
No.
86. Kim's a year younger than me. In 86, I was 17, so she was 16.
The And who informed you of these plans? If you can remember.
The children.
Okay. And during that summer, where were you living? Cali de Cielo?
Yes,
And you'd been living there since roughly June of 1985.
correct.
And were you served somewhere again with court papers?
Yes,
And where was that?
at the Civic Art Gallery.
Okay. And how did anything happen after you got the,
Every time I got served with papers.
Objection, Your Honor, no, that's fine.
Sustained.
okay. First of all, did you do anything after you got
Yes.
served with the court papers?
Yes,
Okay, what'd you do?
I quit the job.
Why was that? What was
Because I had so much stress happening from being served with all these papers all the time. And these last papers, I think, were about him going to settle, whatever you just described earlier, about him settling something and putting something off to later. And I felt it was absolutely essential that I get a lawyer fast. So I was spending a lot of time in lawyers' offices interviewing lawyers and talking about getting a lawyer for this case. I was interviewing Mr. Hennenhofer during that summer, and he tied the case up for weeks. Terry Service, he was going to take the case. And so I had him and I remember a whole bunch of other attorneys trying to get legal representation. I told the people function.
Okay. Now, and how did you feel about being served at Civic?
Every single time I was served with papers, I felt like I was being attacked. That's how I perceived it. It was a new set of threats and attacks and scary things, and I didn't know how to act other than just get very, very upset and feel very helpless and threatened and defenseless until I got an attorney that was going to defend me.
Now, did you know what bifurcation meant at that time?
No, I'd never heard the word before.
Okay. Did you find
At that time,
Yes.
when I got served the
did
proof,
you find out eventually what bifurcation meant?
it happened.
Okay. And at that time, you were aware of any assets with your name on it from your marriage that any longer existed? Your house had been sold. Any other assets that you know? You have any input as to what was going to happen to assets. They were going to be sold, kept, how you use those assets, what you could do with the money.
No.
Okay. At that point in time, how did you feel about having some kind of control over your assets or negotiating a settlement?
I needed control over my life. I had no control over anything. There was never a single night I put my head on the pillow and knew I'd have a roof over my head. That house was in Dan's name. The car was in Dan's name. I had no flow of money that was guaranteed by anybody. It was just a little here, a little there, or whatever Dan felt like. And I felt absolutely he'd just do that, and I was tied to the end of the string with him, and he did that, and my life went like that. And that's what he did all the time, and I couldn't get stability.
And what do you mean by stability?
Where you knew that exactly how much you were getting a month, and exactly where you were going to live, and if you were going to get a job, how much you needed to earn, and if you were going to be a mother of children, were you the mother of 1, 2, 3, or 4 children, and if you were the mother, were you the mother 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 days or nights a week? And I just needed something that I'm a scheduled type person. I could never plan the next day because I knew what was going to happen insofar as the money, the house, the car, the kids, basic essentials in life that you have to take care of before then you have the energy to go on and do the other things I used to do in life.
Yeah. Did you know whether you even had any assets at all to be able to support the kids if support was cut off, or be able to send them to college or do anything else?
I didn't.
Sustained.
How did you feel about Mr. Broderick at that time? And we're talking about around July, August of 1986 when the court hearings were going on.
Objection asked and answered. We should just give it.
Overruled. Answer that. Go ahead.
He told the children he was sending them out of town because he was going to do something that enraged me, which he meant was the bifurcation. And so I thought he was being cruel and manipulative and controlling and cold-hearted. He knew I needed a settlement to have a life, and he had no reason to settle with me.
Was there any court-ordered support at this time?
No.
Okay. And at this point in time, did Dan implement any fine system?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember what the fine system was?
He didn't like me calling him names, so every time I called him a name, it was going to cost me money. And every time I called Linda a name, it was going to cost me money. And every time I stepped foot on his property, it was going to cost me money.
Okay. Now, who was going to do wrong, how much that was going to cost you, and who was going to keep it out?
Dan.
Court involved? There was no going to court to have this happen? Okay.
Apparently that's all solicited to is money.
Your Honor, I have some this line. I would ask the court to take some judicial notice of some court proceedings that were going on in the late summer and fall of 1905. I'll turn this right up.
Probably beneficial. You've attached HH2 to the...
There is a script that indicates a petition for dissolution in order to show cause an injunctive order was filed, the divorce papers on September 23rd, 1985.
Take judicial notice of that.
And that on October 18th, 1985, there was an attempted service and injunctive order and a TRO attached. That would be the petition.
Take judicial notice of that.
That on
Sorry, October
Yes, October 18th. On October 25th, there was a order to show cause issued an injunctive order with a TRO cash.
So that,
And that was just simply filed.
Yes.
October 25th.
That's from the summons and petition that was filed. Contempt.
there's notice of that.
On November 21st, there was an order issued.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning recess at this time. Please remember the admonition. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes or until 10 minutes to 11. People of the State of California versus Elisabeth Broderick. For the time, all members of the jury panel are present. All counsel are present. Ms. Broderick is back on the witness stand. You may proceed, Mr. Early. Certainly.
Your Honor, I would like the court to next.
Is that January to
January till June.
have it marked HH-3?
It has been your.
HH-3. That would be what.
There, January 15th, there's a service of an order to show cause contempt and order to show cause custody, visitation, and injunctive order.
Take judicial notice of that.
On January 22nd, there was a meeting with conciliation counselor attorneys by Dan Broderick.
No appearance by the defendant.
Yes, sir. Attorneys by Dan Broderick.
Take judicial notice of that.
Ex-party, there was on February 4th, there was an ex-party appointment of Elisabeth on 4-hour notice, Your Honor.
Take judicial notice of that.
Your Honor, and another exhibit that I would ask to be marked HH4, which shows 1986, the months of July through December 31st.
So marked.
There was, I'd ask the court to take judicial notice of personal service on July 2nd of in order to show cause of custody, visitation, injunctive order, and bifurcation and jurisdictional testimony.
Take judicial notice of that.
On July 16th, there was a hearing where the marriage was bifurcated and dissolution was granted.
Take judicial notice of that.
On July 29th, there was a personal service of bifurcation and sole custody, no visitation, stay away order.
Take judicial notice of that.
Response to petition requesting dissolution.
Take judicial notice of that.
On November 11th, there was a stipulation and order in regards to advance against community property and payment of attorney's fees.
Take judicial notice of that.
It was on December 8th, there was an order to show cause and application, custody, visitation, and support filed by the defendant, Elisabeth Broderick.
Take judicial notice of that.
On December 9th, there was a stipulation and order shortening time for the hearing filed by the defendant Elisabeth Broderick.
Take judicial notice of that.
On December 11th, there was a stipulation and order regarding to advance community that was filed by
Take judicial notice of that.
December 16th, there was a hearing and order show cause in regards to custody, visitation, and support.
Take judicial notice of that.
There was, on December 24th, there was a service of responsive declaration.
Take judicial notice of that.
And on the 30th of December, there was a hearing in regards to custody, visitation, and support, and income expense declaration as well.
Take judicial notice of that.
Excuse me, while we're on this time period, the court was also going to take notice of the July 14th, 1986 meeting with conciliation. That was me.
Okay, put it on your.
For the record, all this judicial notice is taken pursuant to Section 452D of the Evidence Code.
Now, before the day that the hearing was, did you do anything to the court?
Yes,
What did you do?
I called.
And who did you call?
I called the courtroom where the hearing was supposed to take place.
And what was your purpose of calling them?
I said I could not get an attorney. I'd been interviewing attorneys every single week at several different appointments, and I couldn't get an attorney by that time in San Diego. So I asked them to please put it off until I could get an attorney. I told them I had appointments the next few days.
Okay. And did you know which court it was where this was going to be heard?
I guess I did because I called there.
And which court was that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Some court that was on some paper.
Did you know the judge was?
Yes.
But he was the one that heard the bifurcation order. In other words, was he the one that heard that order?
I don't know.
Okay. At the time that, I have a moment, Ron.
Certainly. All right.
Were you complete the hearing itself, whether it was testimony or how that hearing proceeded that bothered you, that upset you?
That I was.
Your Honor, the witness was not at the hearing. It would just be based on speculation or hearsay.
Sustain.
Okay. After the hearing proceeded, was there a time that you learned about whether the hearing had proceeded with testimony, whether there had been anything done at the hearing to present evidence, or whether it was just done on the request of Ms. Broderick? Did you learn that at some point in time?
Right.
Okay. And what was your reaction to that?
Because I didn't know things like that could happen.
Okay. Were you happy about it? Were you sad, carefree? How did you feel about it? I understand you didn't understand that could happen.
An illustration of how I felt about it was at my appointment the next day or two.
The witness could simply answer the
Sustain.
question.
Just give me the word, okay?
I don't know what the word is. I couldn't even breathe. I was crying so hard. I couldn't talk. I couldn't stand up. I didn't know what to do. I don't know how to describe those sorts of feelings. I didn't know it was in the realm of possibility that such things could happen in the world. I didn't know one person could divorce the other person and give them in exchange for that absolutely nothing. And I didn't know children taken away from a mother without any testimony or any evidence of any kind being presented, fully ever see my children or do anything with them. I was just terminated as a mother.
How were you in 1985? How were you physically feeling at that time? At the time that you were away from your children over the Christmas holidays and January?
Objection, Your Honor, this has been answered.
Sustained.
I don't believe I asked how physically feeling you're at.
Should be answered.
Sustained.
At this period in time, can you describe how you were doing physically to the things that were happening?
I was.
And we're talking about 1986, during a time when you were served at your place of employment and found out that you were terminated as a mother.
Objection, Your Honor. She was never terminated as a mother, ever.
Sustained. What you're trying to find out?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just ask it that way.
How were you doing physically at that time?
The only word I can think of is I was suffering. I was suffering terribly from the effects of the tremendous and relentless stress of the situation that I was in. I was in great pain. I was suffering. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. I couldn't function. I was terrified of what was happening and what was going on. And I felt helpless and defenseless at that time to prevent it or make it stop or to defend myself.
Okay. You mentioned that at least wanting some control over your assets. You're feeling during your marriage?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
During the summer when your children were out of town, was there any contact between you and your children?
Yes, I got letters from them when they were at camp, and I tried to call them when they were in Ohio.
Yeah. Was there, in the letters that you were getting in camp from the children, what were those about?
They were.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, sustained.
Your Honor, they go to state of mind. Heard?
Do you have to show the letters? Or?
Yes.
Go ahead. Overruled. Go ahead. Can I have it marked?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then it's double O for the record, and tell me how many pages that is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 pages.
7 pages letters. Is there a date on it, Mr. Irwin?
No, there's not. There's not dates, Your Honor. They appear to be drafts. Mom, and there's children's signatures on.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, may I be heard at sidebar to the relevance of the letter?
Certainly, come on up.
I'm just going to show you down below. I'm not going to ask you the contents of it. You just look at them and say, and tell me whether you recognize receiving them.
Yes.
In 1986, were there problems that developed when your children returned from camp in Ohio?
Yes.
And were those problems that were very upsetting to you and the children?
Yes.
The do you know how many babysitters at home Mr. Broderick's for 86? How many different ones?
Not exactly, no.
Okay,
Probably 5, 6.
And how are you getting along with that? Getting along good, not good?
Well, I wanted to...
Objection, Senator.
Sustained.
Did the in the six was it red and
I heard that Red had been bitten by a dog.
did he try to get a hold of you?
Yes.
And what happened? Did he want you to come over?
Yes, and he got a hold of me, but he got in trouble. Kim yelled at him for calling me, because then I came over and Dan didn't want me to upset.
Now, when you were getting the temporary support from Mr. Broderick at that time, was there were there deductions for things other than the fines that he was deducting?
Yes.
And what were those things?
Different bills of mine that he paid, different expenses. I don't know, it varied every month.
Was house payments and taxes and things being taken out?
Yes.
Okay. And the checks that he would get after all the deductions, what form would the check?
Well, sometimes there'd be 5 or 6 different checks from different sources, third-party checks, not Dan Broderick's checks to me. And he'd add all those up, and if they came to more than what he wanted to give me, I'd owe him the next month, and he'd take it out of next month, and if they were less, then he'd write a personal check to make up the difference. But it was very, very complicated and different all the time.
The
Hey, Nancy. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better. I'm not feeling very good today either.
would be the range of support that you would get when you actually got some money in the fall of 1986?
From absolutely nothing at all to substantial money, and anywhere in between.
Okay. Did you know from month to month whether you were going to be getting the zero amount or a lot of money?
Not until it came, no.
Okay. And were there times, did you always every month get money? In October and November,
No.
what would happen then?
Well, one month that it was minus $1,300 is by the time he did all of his fancy footwork and fines and deductions and everything else, I owed him $1,300 in November of '86.
Now, in the fall of '86, did Dan leave the country at any time?
Yes,
And where did he go?
to Europe for 3 weeks.
And during the period of time that he was in Europe, had arrangements been made for the children?
There was a babysitter at that time named Marika, and she was supposed to mind them at the house.
And did you know how long Dan and Linda left for?
I just thought 3 weeks. I don't know who told me that.
Okay.
I guess Marika did.
Did you receive any phone calls while they were away from the home?
Yes, a lot of phone calls, the regular from the kids, and Marika called also.
Okay. And was there any phone calls about problems they were having with money and food?
Yes, as Dan left checks per week, but they were post-dated. And she had gone through that week's money, and it wasn't very much money. I think it was only $100 each week. The money was all gone, and she needed money and food, and Lily was sick, and she wanted some medicine. I went grocery shopping, and I brought over and I gave them cash because they needed money.
Now, when you went over there in response to that, did you know that you were violating the restraining order in the stay order?
I was never sure if the restraining order that I got in the beginning that applied to Coral Reef automatically transferred to that house. But I knew Dan didn't want me in his house, so I went there, but I didn't technically know that I was in violation of the restraining order. But I knew he didn't want me there.
Okay. And you were being told that, even though you didn't know whether it was, you were being told to be arrested for being
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. Were you told anything about what happened to you when you went over there?
Always. If I went over there, I'd be...
And did you, after Dan got back from Europe, did you get fined for going over there and delivering the food and the medicine?
Yes. He said he found out that I was over there, although it was no...
I'm sorry, but if my kid is sick and dad is in Europe with his new hot young wife and the babysitter calls me and says, your kid is sick and she doesn't have any medicine and there's no food in the house and I don't have money to go get it, I'm going to go over there and bring my kids food and medicine. I don't care if there's a restraining order. I agree with Betty in this instance. In this one instance, I am on Betty's side because my kid is not going to be sick and not have medicine while I can provide that for her and dad's off gallivanting around in Europe. I'm sorry.
Secret. I didn't tell anyone not to tell, and I didn't do anything to cover it up.
To the bifurcation hearing, did you do anything to initiate some efforts to the divorce?
At the time, not immediately, I didn't have an attorney. I kept looking for attorneys for several weeks and stuff after that.
Did you try serving than the court system?
Yes, I saw an ad in the Reader newspaper about mediation, to mediate things. And that was my inclination from day one, was that Dan and I would just agree that we would not and litigate. And I saw a place called Quinn Hargreaves Divorce Mediation Center, and I made an appointment to them.
Okay. And when you went into to the mediation conference, did Dan show up?
I don't believe it was the very first meeting. I think I met with them separately, and then we were supposed to meet together.
And what happened when Dan showed up?
He had a real rotten attitude from the minute he walked in the door, that he didn't want to be in this position, and he didn't like the whole setup, and he had a lot of demand. And I can remember he counted them off on his fingers, that if you do this and you do that and do that and do that, and it was real obvious it wasn't going to work. And he left very shortly thereafter, and Mr. Hargreaves said, well, obviously this is not going to work. He was not amenable to it.
Did he give a reason why it wasn't going to work? Signing the
Oh, which is the legal way to sign my name. And so then I signed it with Elisabeth with an...
And he still left.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the house payment was on the La Jolla Shores home?
I believe it was around $4,500 a month and something else, $86 or something, and it did not include taxes and insurance.
Having said that, of course, it is her fault that her kids were there and she had a restraining order that she couldn't go there. So, it's her fault that she couldn't go there. But still, just saying, if my kid was sick, I would go give her medicine. But if she hadn't done what she did, there wouldn't have been a restraining order for her not to go over there in the first place. Did you see that head wag she did? She reminded me of the church lady. He counted them off on his fingers, and she just wagging her head. She got an attitude, definitely.
Was there anything being said at the time after you, after the mediation broke down with Mr. Hargraves? Were you informed of something else that was going to happen to your property issues?
That's when Mr. Hargraves started telling me that Dan and his attorney were going to take a default if I didn't do something. And I didn't know what a default was, but evidently Mr. Jaffe never filed a response to the divorce, so someone had to file a response. And Mr. Hargreaves was using his services as an attorney to represent me on this case.
At some point in time, did you talk to Mr. Hargraves about just filing a response?
Yes, I didn't want him to represent me on the whole case. I didn't feel he was the kind of lawyer that I needed. I needed a much stronger, better known lawyer to take on. But just how much would it be to just file the response? And he told me $750, so I hired him just for that purpose, not as a retainer on the divorce.
Now, eventually you did I'm going to have one moment.
Certainly.
Yeah, it's a message.
Did, now, before you retained Mr. Hargraves, how were you being communicated to as far as your support payments? How were the letters coming from? Or who was the information coming from?
Dan himself.
Okay, it wasn't coming from Mr. Ashworth at that time.
No, everything was directly to me, from Dan.
And at some time in November, in October, did you find out that there was going to be a problem?
Problems with the October and the November and the December payments. There were lots of problems all along, all his fines and stuff.
Well, did you find out before you got the November payment or sometime that you were going to actually get minus money in November?
Yes, that weekend.
Okay. Now when you found that out, what did you do?
I went to talk to Dan Broderick.
Okay. And do you remember what day you went over there?
It was a Saturday.
Okay. Does November 1st
Yes.
of 1986 sound like a time that,
Yes.
and what did you go over there for?
The month, how I was supposed to live, how am I supposed to make the house payment, the car payment, I mean, what is he doing here, and why is he doing it, and can he be more reasonable, and can't we talk about this, and what do you want me to do, Dan, what do you want out of me? I mean, I just stood there on the front lawn and talked to him.
When you went, why did you go over to talk to Mr. Broderick?
Because I desperately needed money.
Sustained.
Why did you go over and talk to Mr. Broderick rather than talking to his lawyer?
His lawyer wouldn't talk to me, and I didn't have a lawyer of my own, and it just seemed logical that Dan was the only person that had the answers to the questions that I had.
And were you having any, was that causing any financial problems for you at the time?
Having no money?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, what did Mr. Broderick say when you went over there to talk with him about your financial condition?
That I had 10 seconds to get off his property or he was calling the police.
What was your response to him when he told you that?
I tried to call his bluff on it. I said, you know, I have nowhere to go. Get off your property and go where? You know, how am I going to manage? What am I going to do here? And I didn't think he'd really do it, but he did.
Okay, and he did what?
Called the police.
Okay. When the police got there, what happened?
They arrested me for being with it. He had the restraint and the piece of paper, and he showed it to me, being within 100 yards of his house.
Okay. Did you, at some point in time, try to get out of being arrested?
Yes.
And what was
Where I was a goner.
Where did you get taken to?
The ladies' jail in San Diego, Las Colinas.
And how long were you held in that jail?
I don't remember. I would have gotten there in the late afternoon, evening, and I don't remember when I got out.
Well,
I didn't take a bed, and I wasn't assigned a room. I just waited up front until somebody could come get me.
Okay, so it wasn't a matter that you were in there overnight and days and assigned a room.
Right.
It's a matter of hours that you were in there.
Yes, but I don't remember.
Exactly how many?
Right.
Okay. Now, when you were, do you remember calling anybody when you were in there?
Yes.
And who did you call?
I called Melanie Fuller, my neighbor and friend.
Okay. And did somebody come eventually and pick you up at the jail?
Yes, she was afraid to come. She didn't know where it was. And so she called Wright, who was her friend. He said that he'd come get me.
Did you stay on the phone with Melanie for very long?
I called her back after she called Brad, and I stayed on the phone with her a long time because I was so afraid I didn't want to hang up the phone. Somebody else in the tank was threatening me.
Okay. And what do you mean they were threatening?
They were scaring me. As it was a small tank, and I guess she was under the influence or something, and she just started yelling at me, and I was like, Melanie, don't hang up. Don't leave me here.
Okay. Now, when you got out of jail that night, did you call the press?
No.
Did you call the papers in San Diego?
No.
Somebody else and ask them to do it.
Now, at the end of 1986, did you see your children for Thanksgiving?
Only by default. They arrived at my lawn 9 p.m. at night by taxi. They said there had been a fight at Dan's house, and Linda was calling Dan and Al and came to my house at night after Thanksgiving was over, Thanksgiving night.
Okay. Were you supposed to have them that night?
I wasn't supposed to have them, no. I mean, no one had told me, but if I wanted them, I was pretty much guaranteed I wouldn't get them, so I didn't have them for Thanksgiving.
Okay. Were they over there at all for Christmas?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Are those holidays important to you, Thanksgiving and Christmas?
Yes, I'm a very traditional person, and my life was traditions for the family and holidays and birthdays, and I had lots of decorations, and I had special dishes for each time of the year, and Halloween, Easter, and Christmas, Thanksgiving, and birthdays. It was a real big thing.
Your Honor, I would ask the document marking mention order as jail for fees.
That's double P.
What's been marked as WP for the case, you recognize this as a document was signed to retain Mr. Hargraves.
She had a job, but she was just so stressed out from getting served divorce papers that she just couldn't work anymore, and she had to quit. It was just too much stress. She couldn't handle it. It was horrible. She just couldn't deal with all the stress and work at the same time.
Yes.
Okay, and when did you sign the agreement for Mr. Hargraves?
November 6th, 1986.
Okay. Has there something happened prior to November 6th that got you, you better get someone to represent you?
Being jailed on November 1st and being left without any money, I had to do something. I was absolutely pushed to the corner. I had to do something. My only something before was go to Dan again. So I was absolutely desperately get an attorney. I had to get an attorney to do something because I needed money to live.
The
And everybody else on the planet that doesn't have a Dan gets a job to have money to live.
And at the time of November, December of 86 and January of 87, what were your feelings in regard to the fact that there was, it appeared that there was that you were divorced, and now that there was other issues? How were you feeling toward
The rule. You can answer that.
I felt that I was forced to get in the courtroom and fight with Dan Broderick. I didn't have any choice.
Okay. How did you feel about what your situation was? How did you feel about the kids? You didn't have the children then, is that correct?
Right? I didn't. It was the second holiday season that I didn't have the children.
Okay.
And
How did you feel, given what your financial situation was, about your ability to handle the children at that time?
I felt confident in my ability to handle the children, always, but I didn't feel anything. I had no confidence that I had any earning power in the world. Proven by the jobs I went to look for and got. I had no skills that were marketable, and I could not earn enough money to pay rent for a family with 4 children and myself, much less the lifestyle that the kids had with the private schools and stuff like that. So unless I took the children with a financial settlement where I could be assured that I could raise them and feed them and educate them and house them on more than a day-to-day basis, I was too nervous to have them back in my household like I did in February 5 when Dan left, with no agreement about or having food or having rent, nothing. Just, he left me then and I just fell apart. I didn't know what was happening, and I know I can't raise 4 children financially from nothing.
Because it wasn't as much as she had were together, and she wanted more. She said she couldn't live on that. But they used to be poor. So $9,000 a month was a heck of a lot more than what she was getting when they didn't have any money. She was made in the shade. Like, I don't know why she didn't just shut her mouth and just live her life. Because if she had just shut up and taken what he gave her, then she could have always gone to him for extras. Like, that's what we did with the girls. If they needed something extra, she would come to us. Travis's ex would come to us and say, they need shoes. Or like when Casey graduated, there was like a graduation pack with her pictures and her gown and her class ring and all that. Can you pay half of this graduation pack? That's what we did. So I'm sure if she had been played nice and there were extras like that, she could have gone to Dan and said, we need this. But no, she had to play hardball. And the sad part is he got restraining orders. He did the stuff that you're supposed to do to protect yourself when you have a crazy ex. And she still killed the man. That's the part that's sad. He used our justice system in the way it's supposed to be used to protect himself. Now, I'm not saying he was a saint, because he absolutely was not. But, again, where our policing system did not work. Because he did all the right things, and she still killed him.
Before you went into court in December of 1986, had there been anything established as far as how much money, had there been any court orders as to establishing how much money you would get a month before December of 1986?
No, I've never been in court before then. That was the first time we went to court, I think.
The feelings that you've described about being at home, would you be different?
Oh, definitely. When I was home alone in my house with no one to speak to and this omnipresent pile of legal stuff coming at me all the time, I would get very upset about my personal situation, the way it was, finances and divorce and everything. But if someone arrived at my front door, I was always a good hostess, and I'm a nice, friendly person, and I'd invite them in, and they wouldn't know anything was wrong. And a lot of times I was invited out of the home to do things, and I would get dressed and prepare to go, and this happened a lot of times. I would literally get to the front door, and I wouldn't leave. I was so depressed stuff that I just couldn't go places and pretend, couple fine and everything's rosy, and the situation I was in was to talk, and I didn't talk with about it.
Time in December of 1996 that there was the court ordered some court-ordered payments.
Yes, I went to court with Mr. Hargreaves to get emergency support, court-ordered emergency support payments. And he told me that...
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. Was there were you told how what was going to happen, how the court was going to decide that support?
Yes, Mr. Hargreaves informed me that there were guidelines that the court had to follow that was my budget of how much I needed for everything. And he said, I don't need this. You're going to get it.
Yeah, that's the kids weren't living with her when she was getting the $9,000 a month. And then after the court order, it went up to $16,000. So if she did get the kids back, then she would be getting child support, and then it would go up even more, and then she could support the kids. So she's being totally unreasonable, which, I mean, we already knew that. But you know, putting on a show is easier than, like, if you stay home all the time, then people know something's wrong. Going out and putting on a show, hey Marty, is easier. Like with me, with the depression and the fibromyalgia, getting up and getting dressed is the hard part for me. The putting on an act is the easy part. If I'm up and dressed, I'm going. It's the motivation to get up and get dressed that I have the problem with. If I was already up and dressed and at the front door, I'm going. I'm gone. If I've wasted that much energy, I'm not staying at the house. I'm gonna go, and I can put on the show and make everybody think I'm perfectly fine.
A certain percentage. And his impression was, for me alone, I would get between 30 and 40% of Dan's income. And if I had the children, I would get as much as 60% with the 4 children. And Dan was making well over $100,000 a month. So Mr. Hart needs your little budget here. You're going to get more money than you know what to do with. And so we went to court, and that's what he told me.
Yeah. Now, after you went to court, did you find out something or that went on in court about relative lifestyles?
Yes?
And what did you find out?
Is that what Mr. Hargrave led me to believe, what Mr. Hargrave himself believed wasn't going to happen at all. Dan put in front of the court that I was able to get along on this $9,000 a month, which was not true. I was never able to make ends meet and to get along on that because of the house payment and the taxes and the attorney's fees and having to fix up the house. I was very much in debt. But the judge looked at that, at the $9,000, as something that I was making it on, and so he would give me that plus a few thousand more to pay taxes. And that's all that he would give me, not based on Dan's income or our lifestyles before.
Did Dan also present budgets in the court for the court to base their decision on?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after that, did you start to do some things, at least as gathering things, to show comparative lifestyles?
Before that date? After that date?
After that date, did you? In other words, did you take pictures of how you were living, how Dan was living, find out where he was going, where money was being spent?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Hargraves, when you retained Mr. Hargraves, at first there was a $750 retainer to answer the default? At first?
I'm not sure if that was the amount, but there were 2 separate money transactions with him. One was for just that one purpose, and the other...
Will you look at your retainer agreement? Was the first, does that refresh your memory as to what the first amount was for Mr. Hargraves?
was just to file the default.
Okay. Now, after you signed the retainer agreement with Mr. Hargraves, a few days after that, did he make a request for attorney fees to Mr. Broderick?
Objection on this, the circuit shows.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you become aware that Mr. Hargraves, within a few days of signing the retainer agreement, got $10,000 from Mr. Broderick for attorney fees?
I'm too confused right now. I can tell you what I knew, but I can't answer that question. I don't know what you mean.
Well, did Mr. Hargraves get $10,000 as attorney fees?
And things happened before that.
Okay, I understand some things happened before that, but did Mr. Hargraves get $10,000 as attorney fees? Just yes or no?
Without my knowledge and approval, yes, he
Okay.
did.
Okay. And was that shortly after November 6th?
Yes.
Now, after Mr. Hargraves and was there some way he was able to get that fee? Was there some way that was worded without your approval? That he
I
agreed?
guess so, because he did it.
Was there an advance on community?
There's,
Was it his fees paid in advance on community, or you know?
Objection,
Yes,
counsel's
they
leading
were.
the witness.
Sustained.
Obviously, not.
How was he $1,000?
But he,
Objection, Your Honor. That's optional.
Sustained.
It's going to be credited to you. Do you know? Have you ever heard the term advance on the community? Have you ever heard that term?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's arguing against the witness.
Sustained.
term came up, that it would not be in advance, termed in advance on community, that the court would decide later with Mr. Jaffe's $10,000. But then there was letters back and forth between Ashworth and Jaffe and lies and everything, and then all of a sudden Hargreaves gets $10,000 advance on my community that I didn't know about. He also got a $10,000.
Sustained.
After, now you go into court with Mr. Hargreaves, when you went into Mr. Hargreaves, a problem with that court order, and did you have to go back to court to straighten that out?
Yes.
Okay. And some point later on, were there other problems with Mr. Hargreaves during the time he was representing you?
There were constant problems with Mr. Hargreaves, yes.
And eventually, did you dismiss Mr. Hargreaves?
Not until I got another attorney.
Sometime during that Mr. Hargreaves had communicated with Mr. Broderick before you retained him that would put you at a disadvantage.
Yes.
Okay. How did you feel about that?
Well, I knew he wasn't doing a good job representing me. He hadn't even done any discovery at all before we went into court that time. It was just pathetic. And I didn't know why until later, and then I found out later that he had made an agreement behind my back with Dan Broderick that if Dan indeed sent him money, that he'd give Dan a good deal.
Okay. And did you see at some point in time a handwritten letter from Mr. Hargreaves to Dan that was written before you were retained, before he was retained?
Yes.
Okay.
Did that end in the middle of a sentence? Okay, guys, I'm gonna apologize in advance because switching videos on on this website is always tricky.
Your Honor, I would ask you, Mark, this next in order. Two-page handwritten letter dated 8/22/6.
Mark the double Q.
You read the letter at this time, but would you look at it and tell me if you recognize
Like I said, every time I don't understand. I know. I don't get why are we talking about all these things? It doesn't justify you killing him. Like, is that why we're listening to all this? None of this gives you the right to take another person's life.
Trial in January of 1986. January or February of 86.
Yes.
Now, your insurance payment, rather than monthly.
You guys, it'll get straightened out. It crashed 3 times at the beginning of the first video. I have no idea why these two websites will not play well together, but they don't.
I wonder if you take the lunch recess. I have some other.
We can do that. Let's finish this document while we've got it.
I just had some other documents, and I thought maybe I could just get them marked ahead of time.
We can do that. We've already got half this on the record, so if you describe what it
It's
is.
a one-page letter, Your Honor, on heading annual page letter signed by Linda Kolkena with copies of various people.
All right, so marked. Now, do you want to take the recess?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our noon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor allow anyone to discuss it with you, nor form any opinion until it's finally submitted to you. See you at 1:30, hopefully 1:30 sharp. Have a nice lunch.
Now, Broderick, in December of 1986, at that time when you got court or support, at the hearing, was anything ordered in regards to insurance or any other things that you had at that time, health insurance, auto insurance?
No, that was one of the mistakes Mr. Hargreaves made.
Okay. Showing you
Thinking about it, I'm thinking about it like now. I could live on $9,000 a month now, and because I'm on disability and I get way less than that right now. I would love to have $9,000 a month. And yeah, that was back in the 80s. You're right. That was a bunch of money back then. And she doesn't have the kids. They're at Dan's house. That was a heck of a lot of money back then. She could have lived on that no problem. She just wanted to keep up her... How much was that dress she wore to that one ball? Like $800,000 or something? She just wants to keep up the lifestyle she had when she had the rich lawyer wife lifestyle.
It's been marked as RR for identification. Do you recognize this letter?
Yes.
And was that a letter?
Yeah.
This one's in,
Like 13, 16, something like that. And my husband makes minimum wage, so yeah. Yeah, it's not easy.
And who signed that letter?
Linda Kolkena on December 31st, the day after the court hearing on December 30th.
Now, how did you feel about that at the time?
Well, I knew on the day that it happened that Hargreaves had made a big mistake letting Dan get off without paying any of my insurances, because Dan used to pay car insurance, health insurance. It was a blatant mistake of Mr. Hargreaves. It was a loophole. And Dan and Linda saw it, and boy, on the ball 8 a.m. the next morning, sending out these letters canceling everything. And Linda Kolkena doesn't type or anything, so it was not necessary that she sign as legal assistant. Dan should have needed.
Okay. And did it upset you that that her name was on there as canceling insurance?
Every time she got in the middle of anything like this, it bothered me. I didn't think this was her place at all.
Did you talk to any about that?
Yes, I mentioned it to Mr. Hargreaves.
The some letters previously you from at SS. Tell me if you recognize that letter.
Yes, this is from Lee at camp.
Is that also something?
Yeah.
At the time that you had mentioned that during the time that the process was going on, that there was, before Mr. Hargreaves became your attorney, that there was a time when you were not signing things?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recognize this letter, what has been marked TT for identification, Your Honor? If that could show that it's a letter from Daniel Broderick to Broderick, dated April 28, 1986.
So marked.
Okay, was that something that was sent to you?
Yes.
That was something you received directly from Mr. Broderick and not from his attorney, is that correct?
Right.
Now, in sometime in end of 1986 and 1987, did Mr. Ashworth had been Mr. Broderick's attorney?
Yes, that was his original attorney.
Okay, did someone else in his firm take over as the attorney?
Yes,
Okay, and who was that?
Gerald Barrett,
And what was the reason that Gerald Barrett took over?
because Mr. Ashworth was made a judge in the family court.
Okay. And when you say a judge in the family court, where was family court located then?
On 6th Avenue, it's a little brick building on 6th Avenue.
Okay, and 4 or 5 judges in that building?
Yes, I think there's 4 courtrooms.
Yeah. And at some point in time, when you got some legal paper, did Mr. Ashworth now name start appearing on some of that from the court as a judge?
Right, Judge Thomas Ashworth.
Yeah. And what was your feelings about that?
Well, I had already had feelings that I was shut out of the system because of not being able to get an attorney, including Mr. Ashworth, and now I felt that in the little court system with him running the place as a judge, it seemed like a conflict of interest to me.
Okay. And showing you what is marked UU for identification, do you recognize this?
Yes.
And that's at least one of the pieces of paperwork that you saw?
Yes.
I'm going to digress for a moment since I didn't have these marked at the time. VV for identification, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
And do you know when that was taken?
1985.
Yeah. And what has been marked as WW for identification, do you remember when that was taken?
1985 as well.
Okay. Was that in the home at Cali de Cielo?
Yeah.
And is that Danny and Rhett and the dogs?
The dog and her puppies. The girl dog and her puppies, yes.
And another photograph, XX for identification, correct?
Yes.
And where was that taken?
In the living room Del Cielo when I had no furniture.
In
Christmas time-ish, 85.
Okay. How do you know Christmas time?
My Christmas read things, but it wasn't really at Christmas. A friend had a party a week before Christmas.
Okay. Were you able to go back into court at some point in time and have a judge do some changes in the court-ordered support that Mr. Hargraves had first gone in and got?
Yes, the day after the court disaster on December 30th, I met with Mr. Hargreaves, and he said, don't worry. We can go in on a reconsideration, but there was only a certain amount of days you had to do that, to go back in and redo it. And for the first time, he asked for records about lifestyle and income and things that he never asked for before the first hearing.
Okay.
So he was preparing to do the reconsideration.
Before Mr. Hargraves, before the end of December hearings, had Mr. Hargraves gone anywhere out of town at all?
Skiing, I believe.
Okay. And was there a time where letters as far as visitation during Christmas was sent to anybody?
Letters and money were sent to his office, and he was gone. So I wasn't informed of what was going to happen with visitation, and I didn't get my money until he got back.
And
So it appears on the dates of things that I should have gotten them, but I didn't.
Was there a time when you were getting letters from Mr. Broderick where the dates on the envelope would be a lot different than the date on the letter?
Yes.
And how would that work?
They'd mail it later or something.
Okay,
And it would be dated earlier.
so you would get some on the month, but it would be something you would receive in the middle of the month?
Yes.
Okay. The Were you having any problems with your mail during that period of time?
Ever since Dan moved to Marsden Hills, my Coral Reef used to be our only residence as a family, and the mail used to always go to Coral Reef. And then when Dan and the children moved to Marsden Hills, my mail somehow got switched to Marsden Hills. And bills, he'd send them to me, but if it were invitations or newsletters from my college or membership notices from the clubs or anything, I didn't get any of my mail for a long time. And I was kind of upset, especially about my college mail,
And
that he didn't forward it or anything, or set it aside for me or anything.
Was there a reason that you were upset about the college mail?
Well, I missed a reunion because of it, and I was supposed to fill out a form that they sent, and I had nothing to do with the reunion because all my mail and didn't forward it.
What was the amount of the court support that you finally received?
With Tricia Smith,
No, with Mr. Hargraves.
I think it was $12,000.
Okay. And where did you, now, whose name was on your house account?
Dan,
And,
mine.
okay. And did they continue to take payments, your bills out of your court-ordered support?
I know it was stopped after Tricia Smith came on the job, but I don't know if it was stopped when Hargreaves was in charge. Judge Jones made him stop taking stuff out of my money.
Was that did that happen? Was there a request in court as to the fine system?
Yes.
Okay, and was after the fine system, after the court got involved, did the fine system stop?
Yes, Judge Napoleon Jones said that Dan could no longer fine me, that he was not the judge and jury, and that Judge Jones would not stand for that Dan couldn't anymore.
Now, also in 1986, did you start receiving things anonymously in the mail?
Yes.
Okay, and what sort of things did you receive?
I received a picture of Dan and Linda with a sticker on it.
Okay. And showing you what why for identification. To the president party, Your Honor.
That's good enough. One page document?
One page.
All right.
And did you receive this in the mail?
Mr. Siteman is the old president of the bar. That's Linda Kolkena. That's Dave Monahan. And that's Dan Broderick. And that's Brian Ford right there.
Okay. Was a note attached to it at the time that you got it?
Yes.
And was Mr. Broderick that year to be president of the San Diego Bar Association?
That's what that's a picture of, yes.
Not again. Dadgummit. That's a lot of money. I'm tired of my feed getting hacked. No, you didn't do it, Robbie. I don't. Did it do it yesterday, or was it day before? It kept doing it one day. Well, kept. It did it like 2 or 3 times one day.
Answer's in. Go ahead.
I don't know. Well, TV. What's the problem today?
Your Honor, I would ask your Honor, next in order, to letter dated 8/2/86, which is a dandy.
I marked double Q.
I'm not going to ask you to read the letter at this time, but would you look at it and tell me if you recognize that letter?
You didn't break it, Nancy.
I think you received.
Lee, it can't.
And was that also something that you received?
Yes.
The, at the time,
Pass that.
that was something you received directly from Mr. Broderick and not from his attorney, is that correct?
Right.
Now, in sometime in end of 1986 and 1987, did Mr. Ashworth had been Mr. Broderick's attorney?
Yes, that was his
Someone-
original attorney.
Okay, did someone else in his firm take over as the attorney?
Yes,
Okay, and who was that?
Gerald Barrett,
And what was the reason that Gerald Barrett took over?
because Mr. Ashworth was made a judge in the family court.
Okay. And when you say a judge in the family court, where was family court located then?
On 6th Avenue, it's a little brick building on 6th Avenue.
Okay, and
Ashworth, and now I felt that in the little court system with him running the place as a judge, it seemed like a conflict of interest to me.
and showing you what is marked you for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
And that's at least one of the pieces of paperwork that you saw?
yes.
The I'm going to digress for a moment since I didn't have these marked at the time. VV for
1985.
okay. And what has been marked as WW for identification. Do you remember when that was taken?
1985 as well.
At Cali de Cielo?
Yeah,
And is that Danny and Rhett and the dogs?
the dog and her puppies, the girl dog and her puppies, yes.
And another photograph, XX for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And where was that taken?
in the living room del Cielo when I had no furniture.
Okay. And it's,
Christmas time-ish, 85.
okay. And how do you know it's Christmas time?
because of my Christmas skirt and the boys' red things, but it wasn't right at Christmas. A friend had a party a week or two before Christmas.
Okay. Did you, were you able to go back into court at some point in time and have a judge do some changes in the court-ordered support that Mr. Hargraves had first gone in and got?
Yes, the day after the court disaster on December 30th, I met with Mr. Hargreaves, and he said, don't worry, we can go in on a reconsideration, but there was only a certain amount of days you had to do that, to go back in and redo it. And for the first time, he asked for records about lifestyle and income and things that he never asked for before the first hearing. So he was preparing to do the
Before Mr. Hargraves, before the end of December hearings, had Mr. Hargraves gone anywhere out of town at all?
skiing, I believe.
Okay. And was there a time where letters as far as visitation during Christmas was sent to anybody?
Letters and money were sent to his office, and he was gone, so I wasn't informed of what was going to happen with visitation, and I didn't get my money until he got back.
And
so it appears on the dates of things that I should have gotten them, but I didn't.
Was there a time when you were getting letters from Mr. Broderick where the dates on the envelope would be a lot different than the date on the letter?
Yes.
And how would that work?
I would they'd mail it later.
Okay,
And it
so
would be dated earlier.
So, getting the month, receiving them. Okay. Were you having any problems with your mail during that period of time?
Ever since Dan moved to Marston Hills, my Coral Reef used to be our only residence as a family, and the mail used to always go to Coral Reef. And then when Dan and the children moved to Marston Hills, my mail somehow got switched to Marston Hills. And if it were bills or things, he'd send them to me. But if it were invitations or newsletters from my college or membership notices from the clubs or anything, I didn't get any of my mail for a long time. And I was kind of upset, especially about my college mail.
And
That he didn't forward it or anything, or set it aside for me or anything.
Was there a reason that you were upset about the college mail?
Well, I missed a reunion because of it, and I was supposed to fill out a form that they sent, and I had nothing to do with it.
What was the amount of the court-ordered support that you finally received?
12,000.
Okay. And whose name was on your house at that time?
Dan and mine.
Okay. And did they continue to take payments, your bills out of your court-ordered support?
I know it was stopped after Tricia Smith came on the job, but I don't know if it was stopped when Hargreaves was in charge. Judge Jones made him stop taking stuff out of my money.
Did that happen? Was there a request court as to fine system?
Yes.
And was after the fine system, after the court got involved, did the fine system stop?
Yes, Judge Napoleon Jones said that Dan could no longer fine me, that he was not the jury, and that Judge Jones would not stand for that Dan could not do that anymore.
Now, also in 1986, did you start receiving things anonymously in the mail?
Yes.
Okay, and what sort of things did you receive?
I received a picture of Dan and Linda at a party with a sticker on it that said, "Eat your heart out, bitch."
Okay. And showing you what
Grab it for the record.
it says President-elect Party, Your Honor.
That's
And
good enough. One-page document?
One page.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And did you receive this in the mail?
Yes.
Who was the people in the pictures?
Mr. Siteman is the old president of the bar. That's Linda Kolkena. That's Dave Monahan. And that's Dan Broderick. That's Brian. And that's Brian Ford right there.
Okay. Was a note attached to it at the time that you got it?
Yes.
And was Mr. Broderick that year to be president of the San Diego Bar Association?
That's what that's a picture of, yes. Him getting it. I think that's what it says, him getting installed as the president. And it says with him is Linda Kolkena, paralegal and close personal friend of the president-elect.
Now, at some point in time, did you talk to your attorney about the stuff you received in the mail?
Yeah, I showed him that.
Okay, and did he tell you that he talked to anybody about that? Tell you talked to Mr.
Right. Told Dan to make it stop.
Did those things stop after that?
Yes. Well, I got other things besides that.
Okay. Now, but before you talked to Mr. Hargraves, were there other things that you got in the mail besides that?
I would get white envelopes typewritten addressed to me with cut-out newspaper ads for wrinkle cream and weight loss clinics and things. And it was all exactly the same time as that, but separate envelopes.
Okay. And did all those things stop after Mr. Hargraves talked to Mr. Broderick about it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the time that you were getting the support and your $12,000, and you were taking out your house payments and other things, do you know who was getting the tax benefits for those?
I never got the $12,000, but Dan must have gotten tax benefits.
Okay. Did you have some problems later on because you didn't know that there was taxes that you had to pay out of your money? Remember ever having a problem with all of a sudden having taxes owed that you didn't know were owed?
Not until much later.
Okay, but at some point in time that you became aware that you would not have these tax benefits and there was taxes that were owed?
I tried to have tax questions answered at that time, and I couldn't get any answers because nobody could give me any answers because they didn't know what property I owned and what I didn't own. And if we owned property together and Dan was taking all the tax benefits, then I couldn't get my half of the tax benefit. And we couldn't get any cooperation from his accountant as to what I owned and what were my half of tax benefits on anything. So there was a lot of confusion then.
On Christmas Day, did you have the children that year?
Which year?
This is 1986.
No?
Okay, were you able to reach them on the telephone?
No.
And why?
That was the year Kim called me from Dan's den, which is where Dan's phone is that they're not allowed to touch. And what happened was Dan bought the boys a toy that needed batteries, and Dan went out on Christmas morning to get batteries, and Kim ran in the den and called me and said, I have to hurry up before he comes back because the 7-Eleven was just up on the corner. But she said, Merry Christmas and we're okay, and I got to get off this phone quick, and she told me that the other phone was locked in the closets.
Now, prior to that, at another Christmas time, had there been a discussion with, was there a time that Lee came over upset about not being able to buy you a present?
They told me in the previous Christmas that Dan made them buy presents for Linda but wouldn't give them money to buy presents for me. And they never had any money the next year, so we didn't have any presents.
Had there been, before that time, had you had any type of tradition of Christmas parties or children's parties?
Yes, we had a very large family Christmas party every year with all the families that I knew in La Jolla with young children. And we had Santa, and we had carolers on the stairs, and we had jugglers, and a lady made gingerbread houses one year, and we had a professional storyteller, and It was a huge production with a professional photographer taking pictures of each family with Santa. And when Dan made me stop doing those Christmas parties in 1983, a lot of children didn't know what to do because our party was their Christmas. So we were quite famous for this huge Christmas party we used to have, and then it stopped.
Now, at some point in time in 1987, we're now did you, with the problems you were having with Mr. Hargreaves, did you try to get another attorney?
Yes, Mr. Hargreaves filed whatever papers necessary, I believe, that we would qualify for this reconsideration. But he did so badly at the one hearing that we had that I didn't want to trust him again. So I was running around like a crazy person trying to find another attorney really fast. And I had appointments every day with other attorneys. And I ended up back in Los Angeles again with Mr. Bill Glucksman.
Okay, now did you hire Mr. Glucksman?
Yes, I did.
And what did you use to hire Mr. Glucksman?
Well, he wanted a $10,000 retainer as usual, and I didn't have $10,000 to give him, so I had a necklace I used to wear all the time, and he took that instead.
Okay. Now, after you hired Mr. Glucksman, did he do some work on your case?
Yes.
Okay. And did he file some paperwork and attend some hearings?
Yes. He was actually appalled at the condition of my case.
Did Mr. How did you feel about Mr. Glucksman?
I thought he was really good, and I thought he would get some results.
Okay. And at that time, did you start seeing any psychologists or psychiatrists? Well, first of all, if I may go back, in January of 1987, did Kim end up living at your house for some period of time?
Yes, she had a fight with Dan, and he threw her out of the house, and she ended up at my doorstep with a bedspread, like a humongous hobo pack with everything she owned in it. She moved into my house.
Did she tell you anything about what was going to happen with support in college?
She just moved into my house because she hated Dan, and they were having this huge fight, and then Dan was away for the weekend, so she stayed the weekend. But on Sunday, when Dan came home from the weekend, he called her at my house, and he said to her that if she stayed with me, that I would not, meaning your mother, will not get 1 cent of child support, and you can just forget about going to college.
Okay. Moved after
That day, because we both wanted her to go to college very much.
Did you see a psychiatrist to go into some kind of family?
Yes, at one of these charity groups I belong to, he gave a talk, and I thought he was wonderful, very level-headed, normal guy. And I made an appointment with him right away because my children, especially Danny and Rhett, but Lily and Kim as well, were extremely troubled. Every single one of them was not adapting well to the situation. The girls were very badly in school. The boys were threatened to run away, and they were fighting. They wanted to be with me, and they were depressed and suicidal even. Both boys were written up as suicidal. And so I went to Dr. Nelson about getting help with my children. He is a child psychiatrist.
Now, the doctor, after you talked to Dr., did he talk to you about using a Los Angeles attorney?
Yes, among other things. He said that, now, Betty, you're just not being real smart here, going back to L.A. again, because that's where you got in trouble the last time with the sale of the house and the 4-hour notice. You've got to have a San Diego attorney. He referred me to Tricia Smith, who was literally around the corner from his office.
Now, also in February of 1987, was there, after the hearings in December, did there start being a problem with the support payments? Were you receiving the support payments?
No,
And why not?
I don't know why not.
Okay, at any point in time, did Dan tell you, was there any information given to you as why the payments were delayed?
Tricia Smith came on the case. The check didn't show up on the first of the month like it was supposed to. And she said, just wait and see what he does. And so we waited, and it didn't come until like the 28th of the month. And his excuse was that the court order did not say that my monthly money was due and payable on the first. So he was going to take advantage of another little tiny loophole and make me basically do without it for the next month. So I had to pay Tricia Smith to rewrite the order and get that.
At this time as to whether there was a 2 or 3 month delay in getting your check after the court hearing, getting the support.
I know it was a mess. We didn't get it like we were supposed to. Oh, and he filed an appeal, too.
Now, during February, either one of your boys have, when is Kim's birthday?
January 24th.
And did you try to have contact with Kim on her birthday? Call her and talk to her?
Yes.
And were you able to do that?
I reached the machine, so I didn't get to talk to her. And then she was not given the message.
Okay. In February, what is your boys' birthdays?
14th for Rhett and the 23rd for Danny.
In 1987, were you trying to see your boys on their birthdays?
Yes, they were going skiing for a week, and there was the Friday before they left with a day off from school, and that was Rhett's birthday, and I wanted to have them on the Friday before they left with Dan for a week vacation, and he wouldn't let me have them.
Okay.
And then when I called when they were skiing on their birthday, on Danny's birthday and stuff, he wouldn't let me talk to them.
Was Dan home with the boys on that
On the
Friday?
ski trip?
No, on the Friday before when you wanted them.
No, Dan was at work, and the boys had no school. No reason I thought that they couldn't come, but he just wouldn't let them come.
Were you upset about that?
Of course.
Now, you actually hire Miss Smith?
Yes, the same day Dr. Nelson told me about it, I went and met her. And see, we were on this real...
Objection, Your Honor.
Stand.
Did you do something?
Because of the reconsideration that was going to happen, no matter what attorney I had, it was already a scheduled tick-tock legal thing. We had so many days to do the reconsideration, and yes, I hired her right before the reconsideration was to be done.
And how were you able to pay for her?
She had me sign a mortgage against my house.
Now, at this period of time, you still have no right to have contact with your children.
Right.
And were you,
As much as I could, yes.
and when they would call you with problems, were you trying to answer their problems?
They still considered me mom, and they still called me with all their problems, and yes, I took care of everything that they could reach me with.
At the time that, when you hired discussed at that point been done at all in regards to what assets you might have or community assets you might have that you can use?
No, Jaffe did nothing, Hargreaves did nothing, Glucksman was going to, but he didn't have time, and so I'm on the fourth attorney, and nothing had been done yet about research into what we had.
Okay. And in this spring of 1987, were any depositions scheduled for Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
Okay. Were those continued at any time?
Yes. One time Dan said there was a mix-up, and I don't know, for different reasons, they were continued, and
Was that something that you agreed to?
no.
Now, at that time, what was the status of the court that you were in? Was it an open courtroom where they were conducting open business?
The one hearing I had where Mr. Hargreaves was in charge, He agreed against my wishes right in the courtroom to seal the court and the records and the proceedings. That was my first time in court, and they were sealed from my first time there.
Okay. And when you say sealed, what did that mean?
That meant that when we were having a proceeding about my divorce, there was no one allowed to be watching.
Okay, so it didn't...
No one except the principals and their attorneys were allowed in the courtroom. And they even taped up the windows so people couldn't look at.
And how about the court file? Were people able to go to the court file and see what was going on in your case?
No, the court file was sealed, which meant that nobody but the principal.
They did what now? They taped up the windows so nobody could look in? Is that a thing? Seriously?
In the case could have access.
Now, who was sometime at the time that you went in 1987, were you ever assigned a judge different than Judge Jones?
Yes, then we went to, for some reason, we ended up going to Judge Anthony Joseph, Tony Joseph.
Okay. And when you went to Tony Joseph, was he in the family law court?
It was in this building, but it was for contempt actions, so no, I don't think so.
Well, you went to, the next judge you saw was Tony Joseph.
Tony Joseph,
And
in this building.
what happened when you went into the courtroom the first time that you went to that court?
It was a longer center aisle, and as we walked down the center aisle, it was Tricia Smith and myself and Dan Broderick, and his attorney was behind us, and the judge looked up and saw Dan and said, "Ah, Mr. Broderick, to what do we owe the honor?"
And what was the response?
Well, Dan said hi. They were obviously friends, and my attorney said, "Excuse me, Your Honor, we're here for a proceeding."
Okay. And at that point in time, did you object to that judge hearing your proceedings?
Well, he explained on the record what a long-time, good personal friend he was of my husband's, how they had worked on committees and boards of directors, etc., for many years, and he held my husband in very high regard and esteem. Those are as close as I can get his exact words. And he said, "Is that a problem for you, Mrs. Broderick?" And my attorney told me to say yes. And I said, do I have a choice? And he said no.
Okay. And from that point on, for the next year, did Judge Joseph end up being the judge that heard all the actions in this case?
From that very first day, he retained jurisdiction, which meant that, yes, he would hear all the actions in that case.
Now, when he would hear the actions in the case, did he always remain in this courtroom, or did he move to various courts in the county?
He moved from here to juvenile court, so I had to go to a proceeding in front of him in juvenile court in Kearney Mesa somewhere on Meadowlark, and then he was moved to Vista, and we had to go to proceedings in front of him up in Vista Courthouse.
So the case wasn't reassigned, it stayed with Tony Joseph's?
Yes.
Okay. During that period of time, did you at any time write into the court file?
That was earlier when Mr. Jaffe told me to go check out the court file. Yes.
Okay. And did you go check out the court file?
Yes.
And did you write in it?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of writing in the court file?
It was the first time I had seen a lot of the papers that Dan filed, I guess, in the very beginning of these, September, October, 85, and they were just filled with inaccuracies and total lies. And I'm a school teacher, and I correct things, and I corrected it. And I circled things and wrote in the margin, and I corrected it.
Okay. And at some point in time, when you were in Judge Joseph's court, did anything happen to that court file?
It disappeared.
Did you know where it went to?
Nobody knew where it went to.
Do you know how the court file, was there anything do you know how the court file got re-put together?
I to this day don't know if it got put together.
In this time in 1987, how was the communication between you and Dan? Had it changed at all?
I don't believe there was any. I had Tricia Smith
Dang it, I'm muted. Darn it. Sorry about that. My dog was barking and I didn't want you to be disturbed, so my jury duty story, some of you guys have heard it. My one time that I was on jury duty, in Florida we picked the alternates first instead of at the end of the trial. So I was picked as an alternate, and I went and sat in the jury box, and the judge said, "Is there any reason why any of you don't feel like you can sit for this trial or whatever?" And I said, I can't do this. I can't be unbiased." And so the judge said, "Why?" And the judge was the husband of my piano teacher. Life in a small town, y'all. And I said, my dad was a Florida Highway Patrolman. So he was the arresting officer's supervisor. And I said, well, I'm personal friends with the arresting officer. He's like a brother. He's been at our house for dinners. I played with his kids. I can't be unbiased. Also, my dad would have killed me if I had been on that jury and said not guilty. This man, it was a drunk driver. He said he had a plate in his head and that's why he was driving erratically. There's no way I could have sat on that jury. Absolutely no way whatsoever. So he said, okay, the judge said, okay, you're excused. And then I went over to the clerk of court to get my little $10 paycheck for showing up. And she goes, say hi to your daddy for me. So, life in a small town. That's my jury duty story. That's the only time I ever was on a jury. Yeah, it was me. I was barking. No, I was eating a snack and sharing it with my dog, and he was barking really loud, so I muted the mic.
And so she would communicate with Dan's lawyer, communicate with Dan, and he'd communicate with his lawyer, communicate with my lawyer, communicate with me.
Were the arrangements for visitation still the same? You would talk through the children, and then they would talk to Dan, and then
Yes.
he would decide sometime later?
Right.
Okay.
They were really loud, Judy.
The word, you've heard obviously the tapes and know that you've heard it a number of times, and you've referred to Linda Kolkena as the cunt.
Yes.
Where was it that you first heard that word and associated it with Linda Kolkena?
Gail Forbes is a very funny person, and she
So-
uses that word.
So it was Gail Forbes who,
When Gail
Where-
Forbes saw the picture,
was it Gail Forbes who just
Yes.
who just introduced that word to you?
right?
Okay. The
What? Oh my God.
was there times that and during this period of time,
Nothing is her fault. Absolutely nothing is her fault. Not even the word she used to talk about Linda.
his voice coming on the answering machine at times?
Yes.
And were you leaving messages on that answering machine?
Yes, and the machine's now been on 86. We're halfway into 87 by now, so I was pretty fed up with the answering machine routine.
Okay.
I was real sick of it.
What was the purpose of, I mean, what was going on with you that you would leave those messages?
Objection has to answer.
Sustained.
Well, with the reasons that you've indicated before in 1986, as far as the only power that you had, did you still feel that way in 1987?
No, I felt much worse.
And why did you feel much worse about that?
Because, as we're going over each little incident, I'm saying how I felt about the little incident. But when it was happening way back then, I felt that everything was cumulative. It was one thing and then another thing and then another thing. And by the time we're in now, which is early 87, I was beyond the beyond of craziness and tolerance. And I was just nuts about trying to get a settlement. It was over 2 years after he walked out. I'd been through 4 lawyers. I'd been thrown in jail. The house was sold forcibly. He got the bifurcation, sole custody, no visitation. And I was just I was so stressed in 87. And you can see it in the diary. My writing is like all over the place. And I wasn't functioning at all. And we're getting to the point where Ruth Roth comes along. And I was just screaming and yelling in that machine every chance I got. I'd had it.
Had there been events that had already happened that you felt were events that had really hurt up to that point in time, any particular?
The final event, the most traumatic event because of the accumulation, I was very traumatized by the forcible sale of the house because I didn't know he could do that, and I thought it was rude, and hardball came along. I didn't know that could happen. I didn't know you could do that and get a divorce and take sole custody. I didn't know that could happen. And then when I went to his house he cut off all the money, and I went there very polite and said, let's talk, what's going on here? And then he had me arrested. It was just, I was so traumatized by being put in a police car and handcuffed and mugshot and thrown in jail.
Do you think she was polite? Do you really think she was polite when she went over there just to talk about what had happened? Marty.
When I was merely trying to talk to him, but I never really recovered from November 1st, 1986. I had been absolutely traumatized by the way he treated me. And then he wouldn't discuss anything with me. He had already taken everything. And so November 1st, 86 was like the end of the end for me. And then beyond that, I was just so stressed, I wasn't making any sense at all. Ask Tricia Smith.
And during the time when the children were coming over your house and talking to you, how you've described them on the phone and the problems they had, was that continuing in 1987?
The kids were doing worse too. Their problems were getting big, and they were doing, by the point we are now, early 87, all 4 children were doing very badly.
And did you start finding out in that period of time about things that had happened even before you split up with Dan? Did you find out anything about your dentist or your personal doctors?
I found out that Dan had been sending Linda there for years to our personal doctors.
And was that even before you were split up?
Yes.
Okay. And were you hearing anything from the doctors that they were being told by Linda Kolkena?
Yeah, Linda Kolkena was very talkative and very proud of certain accomplishments of hers, and she was very talkative at the dentist and stuff about what she had done and what she had accomplished and what a bitch I was and everything. And I would hear that back from these people. These people were my personal physicians and things for over 10 years before Linda came along, so they had a lot of loyalty to me.
Okay. And were you involved, were you trying to stay involved in the children's school?
Always, yes.
Okay. And did you go down there and participate in activities at the school when you could?
Yes, I was room mother for several years of different things, and I worked on auctions and parties and clubs. And
At sometimes when the children were had no Were you getting calls from the school about the condition of the children?
Yes, the teachers would call me because they felt they could talk to me because they knew me. And they didn't really know Dan. He was never present at anything at school. So they would call me and see if I could help deal with the problem with the children.
Was there any calls about some children going to school very sick?
Yes, and this was over several different years. It wasn't one. Several different teachers had called me about Rhett being inappropriate, especially Rhett, the youngest, being inappropriately dressed, having holes in his shoes and the shoes flapping so that his foot was on the ground, and the teacher thought he'd fall down the stairs to get hurt. She wanted new shoes. A different teacher had him in school in the middle of winter in little shorts and a little shirt, and I went to Nordstrom and got him clothes and went straight to school and dressed him in better clothes. And they were appearing at school to not be cared for children. Nobody was supervising how they went off in the morning.
Would you get calls that being too sick at school and needed to get a hold of someone to take?
Yes, I went to pick the kids up at school. They were supposed to teach because he was sole custodian, but they couldn't reach Dan, so then they'd call me, and I, particularly one time, dropped everything, went running to school to pick up Rhett. And as I was picking him up, Dan already was driving away, and he was very sick, and Dan took him to the office.
Okay. Now, showing has been marked as age and identification. Recognize these shoes?
Those are
For identification. Do you recognize that?
that was Kim.
Okay. Is this the condition that you usually like to wear shoes?
No, and you can tell from all these things, they were good products to start with. Very expensive, very good products. It was just, they were not cared for.
You've seen there was a dress that was marked as K for identification. Do you remember this dress?
That's from the rats in the rental home.
And what has been marked as J for identification? Do you recognize these clothes?
That's only one item from a bunch of clothes I saved to take to court to show the court during the custody thing that these children were not cared for. There were other bathing suits and other shirts that were torn and stained. And again, they're good products. It's just they weren't. No one was supervising what the children wore.
Do you remember a time on having problems with the kids at school because of lice in their hair?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get a call about taking care of that?
Not particularly from the school. I picked the boys up on a Friday night, and they both had a terrible infestation, if that's what you call lice.
Dang it. It said it lost its connection to my audio again. Isn't that kind of just a normal school thing? Don't kids get lice at school?
in 1987 is did you have any particular feeling about how you were feeling about being, were you?
Really deep problems, personal problems, so I really wanted to, and I felt isolated, yeah.
Divorce proceedings, did you feel that you had any power base whatsoever?
No, because I didn't. In my, I had.
Phew.
And so when he would do stuff to me, all I could do would call him names back. And he hated it.
Now, in 1980, children,
Yeah.
was that something?
Spent a whole week.
And had that been arranged ahead of time?
Yes, we had lots of plans. Literally, I had written a schedule where each child could pick one day, and then they'd get to say what we did that day.
Did Ruth Roth come into the picture sometime around then?
Right around then, yes.
Okay. And what was your attitude about Ruth Roth?
Well, she wouldn't talk to me or listen to at all why I might have been like I was when she met me, screaming and yelling and very, very angry at what I'd been put through. She kept saying she didn't want to listen to put through. Like, well, if you don't listen to what has happened here, you're not going to understand why I'm like this and why kid situations like this. I mean, you have to hear what we've all been put through for all these years. And she didn't want to listen to anything. She just wanted to know what I wanted to do with the kids that week. And I said, what I wanted to do with the kids that week was get a settlement. I have to get a settlement of this whole thing. And Tricia Smith was on the job and working as hard as she could to get a settlement. But she wasn't getting any cooperation from Dan.
Now, did it seem like things were happening fairly fast at that time when you saw
The November 1st arrest until time with Hargreaves. Hargreaves was a disaster.
I have a 1987. It's been marked H5 for identification. I'd like to be able to put that out.
Certainly.
And Your Honor, I would ask the court take some judicial notice of some court proceedings that took place during this period of time. On January 7th of 1987, there was a motion for reconsideration of support filed by would be the defendant, the respondent in the action, Elisabeth Broderick.
Did you just notice that?
January 12th, there was the service of an order in that contempt hearing that was filed. Did you just notice that? There was, on January 15th, an amended order to show cause. Support filed by the defendant, who would have been the respondent in that case, Elisabeth Broderick.
Did you just notice that?
On January 26th, there was a declaration filed in regards to the order to show cause contempt, and the declaration raised support and a summary of expenses and an order in regards to the support.
That also was filed by the defendant.
Yes, that's what your defendant filed.
Did you just notice that?
No, I believe the defendant filed, that was filed, and she filed a response to that declaration.
January 26, 87 was a response declaration filed by the defendant's attorney at the time.
Yes.
Did you just notice that?
On the 29th of January, there was another declaration with support to the order to show cause. Points and authorities and declaration of a CPA raised support.
StreamYard is about to drive me crazy.
Was a hearing that was continued. There was a hearing in regards to custody, visitation, and support that was continued. An income and expense declaration, an ex parte of the defendant.
Did you just notice that?
There was a hearing on February 3rd, contempt hearing that was continued.
You just read February 3rd.
You're up to February 9th.
I'm sorry, February 9th. A contempt hearing that was continued.
Did you just notice that?
On the 18th of February, there was service of an order to show cause, a psychiatric evaluation, and that was filed on the defendant's attorney, points and authorities, and a declaration waived in regards to custody and a declaration in regards to attorney fees.
Did you just notice that?
On February 20th, there was a declaration filed in regards to attorney fees. And on the 23rd, there was a hearing in regards to psychiatric evaluation, a hearing in regards to change of venue that was set on this date but continued. there was a hearing in regards to custody that was taken off calendar.
Take judicial notice of
There
that.
was no appearance by the defendant.
No, I believe it was just no appearance by the defendants.
Take judicial notice of that.
There was on February 25th, there was notice of hearings.
Filed on the attorney bill.
Yes, on attorneys.
Take notice of that.
On February 27th, there was service of a responsive declaration that was filed on defendant's attorney.
Judicial notice of that.
On March 2nd, on March 3rd, I'm sorry, there was a hearing on attorney fees and costs that was continued. Again, there was no appearance by the defendant.
Judicial notice of that.
There was personal service on a order to show cause contempt hearing on March 13th.
Judicial notice of that.
On March 17th, there was a hearing in regards to custody and support. Was taken off calendar with no appearance by any of the parties.
Take judicial notice of that.
On March 26th, there was personal service and another contempt, in order to show cause contempt.
Judicial notice of that.
On March 30th, there was further proceedings in regards to the contempts. They were continued, and a motion for peremptory disqualification was filed by the defendant.
Take judicial notice of that.
There was contempt, a contempt hearing. The defendant received a 5-day contingent sentence that was suspended
April 2nd.
April 2nd.
Take judicial notice of that.
There was a hearing on April 21st, a contempt hearing that was continued.
Take judicial notice of that.
Contempt hearing set, there was a contempt hearing that was set for the 22nd. There was set for this date with appearances by attorneys only.
Take judicial notice of that.
On
There
April,
was no appearance by either side of the April 22nd hearing.
yeah, on a contempt hearing, that matter, there was no
No
appearance.
appearance, but the appearance by attorneys only was for the trial setting conference on April 24th.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
On April 29th, there was a receipt of the order to show cause and the contempt hearings.
Take judicial notice of that.
There was a notice on May sentence of 25 days. And eventually 19 were suspended, and there was a receipt of an order to show cause on a contempt.
Take judicial notice of that.
On June 8th, there was a contempt hearing that was set for this date, no appearance by either party.
Take judicial notice of that.
On June 11th, there was receipt of records and documents that were ordered sealed.
Take judicial notice of that.
On the 22nd of June, there was a contempt hearing which was continued by telephone, no appearance by any of the parties.
Take notice of that.
And on June 29th, there was an application for order extending time to file appellant's opening brief.
Take judicial notice of that.
Mrs. Broderick, when your attorney would get paperwork in regards to the divorce, were you getting copies of that paperwork?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, were you at least trying to schedule some time where you could be present during those hearings?
Yes.
Now, when you were supposed to have the Easter vacation with the boys, did you go to pick the boys up?
In front of the school.
And did you go there?
Yes, there were,
As activities, food?
yes, I did all the shopping and preparing.
Sustained.
What kind of preparations did you do?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
I don't believe I asked her what the preparations were.
She just testified to what she did. She bought food, etc. Nobody moved to strike the answer, so the answer's in. Go ahead.
Did, when you arrived there early,
School with Rhett in the car.
okay. Now, when Dan was pulling away with Rhett in the car, what kind of car were you driving?
I had a little rental Chevrolet because the Suburban was in getting fixed.
Okay. And did you do anything when you saw Dan pulling away with Rhett?
Yes, I went after him. He was in the MG Midget.
Okay. And did anyone tell you that the boys were not going to be able to spend that week with you
No.
before that?
I think Tricia Smith may have called me just before I left the house and said something about she didn't think that I could have visitation, but I promised the boys I'd be there early, and so I went there early anyway. But I thought I was getting them.
And when what did you do when you say you chased him? What did you do?
I followed him around the corner because he didn't know it was me. Nobody would know it was me in that little car.
And so what happened?
So he pulled over, and I pulled over next to him, and I didn't get out of the car. And there were two little cars. So, and I don't know if he didn't have the top down, but his window was open, and I said to him, "What are you doing?" And he said that Ruth Roth said that I couldn't have visitation for the week because I wouldn't stop using bad language. And Rhett was crying.
Okay. And at some point later on, did you find out were the boys told anything else about your visitation, Danny?
Well, Danny was told that I changed my mind. That's why they couldn't come to my house for the weekend, is because I changed my mind. And I was absolutely furious that he told them that. And that's when the phone call comes in.
Okay. Now, during the time that you went and saw Ruth Roth, you've heard her testimony basically saying that you weren't going to stop using bad words. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Was there a reason for that?
I had felt so overwhelmed and so taken advantage of by Dan Broderick in every aspect of my life. He was still controlling every aspect of my life, my children, my money, my home, absolutely everything. But I wouldn't let him control what I said or what I thought.
Did Ruth Roth tell you during that meeting that what you said was going to be known to Dan Broderick?
Yes.
Okay, I remember who Ruth Roth is now. She's the one that didn't want to repeat what she said.
Now, you've heard a conversation that you had. Was there anything unusual that was happening during Danny at that period of time?
Yes, Danny was suicidal. He was threatening to run away from home. He was extremely upset and angry at the position that he found himself in. He hadn't gone to court yet, I don't think, to speak to judges. He wanted to be with me, and he was being told he couldn't be with me, and he was very upset. And Ruth Roth told me that it was healthy for Danny to vent his anger.
Okay. And did you find Danny during that period of time on a number of occasions was venting some anger he'd never vented before?
He was a stick on that phone call. It was the Easter vacation, and he felt horrible. He wanted to be with me. Everything was changed, and he was told it was changed because I wouldn't stop calling Dan names. So he thought if I would just agree to stop calling Dan names, which is what he was told by his father, then maybe he could come live with me.
Okay. And was there a reason that you continued to call Dan names?
Well, there was never that agreement that if I stopped calling Dan names, the boys would come live with me. That was just what was going on with Ruth Roth and Dan at the time. And I thought Tricia Smith was working on a settlement, and the boys would be living with me shortly anyway. That there would be an end to this thing. We're still back in March of '87, and I kept thinking there was going to be an end to this any minute.
Okay. Now, were there other times when you talked to Danny during that period of time where he was expressing anger different than he had before?
Yes.
Did, as you sit and listen to that tape, do you think that your language was appropriate?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Danny was very upset and crying, and I was very upset and crying on that tape. It was a very upsetting time for all of us.
So why were you using the language, do you know?
I was just going rah, 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 rah. I was just mad. I was just trapped, and I wanted to get it over with, and that's the way it came out. A lot of frustration.
Now, when you hired Tricia Smith, did you have a understanding of what you were hiring her for?
Yes, I liked her very much. She was extremely competent. She took control of this case and went in for that reconsideration like that. She requested Dan's documents, as we said, for the first time. She was going to do what you have to do to get a settlement. Requested all of his tax returns and information on all of her investments. She scheduled depositions for the first time of Dan to ask him these questions in person. And I think she told me when I hired her that she'd have it over with by May.
Yeah. Now, did there end up being some problems in getting that discovery? Was she able to get it?
No, she was not able to get it.
And during the time that Tricia Smith represented you, what did most of her work consist of?
Most of her work consisted of representing me on criminal contempt charges, with no time being able to be spent on settling the divorce.
Okay. Now, at the time that you were in on contempt charges, you did get some jail time, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, was there anybody who was making decisions? Was there a jury that was making that, a judge?
Judge Joseph in sealed courtrooms.
Okay. And I read off that there was contempt hearings in April, May, and June. Were you attending those contempt hearings?
Yes, I had to.
Okay. During the time that there were going through those hearings, was there ever a time where you made a request as to being able to have access to the children on the phone?
Yes, most of these contempts were because...
Excuse me, non-responsive.
First of all, answer, did you make the request to...
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of making the request?
It's because this was the continuing, ongoing problem with the answering machine keeping me from the kids, and I'd get angry, and then they'd tape it on purpose, and then they'd go to court and say, she's calling me names, she's calling me names, and I'd get sent to jail and fined, and they wouldn't stop, they wouldn't get off the machine. So after sentencing me to 21 days in jail for calling Dan names on the machine, the judge ordered Dan to take the girlfriend off the machine, and that was the end of that.
Okay. Was there a point in time where, now when you say that you were sentenced for at times for the messages on the machine, was that from the original stay away order and not to annoy Dan Broderick?
I never was aware of an order that I couldn't call my kids. I was aware of this vague one in Coral Reef, stay 100 yards away from the residence, and neither party shall annoy, harass, or bother. That's what it said. And it was my contention in court.
Stay.
Did you feel at that time that by calling your children that you were annoying and Dan Broderick?
No, I thought them on the answering machine was annoying, harassing, and bothering me, which was the point of Linda being on the answering machine. If they would just get off the answering machine, my kids and I were back and forth with no problem ever.
Now, at some point in time, when you first got sentenced, did you write a letter to Judge Joseph?
Yes, I did.
And did you eventually get out of jail sooner than the days you were sentenced to?
He told my attorney that
Stay.
Did you get out of jail sooner than had been contemplated by
Yes.
that? Okay. And at the time that, when you got out of jail, how would you describe your feelings at the time?
It's not the legal system that I learned about in school and that I later taught about in school. Where is my public trial by jury? This is a private trial. That in that letter, I thought I was being grossly unfairly treated and taken advantage of. And I said I was going to complain about him to the Judicial Council of the State of California for his handling of this case. Tricia Smith proved in that courtroom.
Sustained.
During the period of time that you were, after you got out of jail, did you start getting served with papers again?
The day I got home, yes, I got more papers.
Now, during the time that Tricia Smith was, during this period of time when they were, when work was being done on your case, was there any background being done on Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have any concerns about his influences with the court?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because when Tricia Smith was doing all notifications as a parent, she looked how some of the tickets were missing, and some of them were fixed, and some of them were for driving too slow, and she thought that was very suspicious.
Did you find any that a number of his court files had ended up being missing from the system?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a good place to take the recess, Mr. Earp.
Time, please remember the admonition. See you at 3 o'clock.
Now, in '87, were you having problems with Kim in regards to clothes and taking other items?
Not just in 87, yeah.
Okay, and what kind of problems were they?
Typical mother-daughter teenage problems is that she'd take swimsuits, sunglasses, makeup, rings, clothes, shoes, stockings, but being we didn't live together in the same house, she'd take my stuff and go to Dan's house, and then I had the restraining order, so I couldn't go get my things back.
Okay, are there times that you did go over to, that you did go over to Cyprus and get those items back?
Many times, yes.
Okay, were you having problems getting Kim to return them when you would call?
Yes, it seemed a one-way street. You know, she'd borrow all the stuff because my stuff she thought was better than her stuff when she'd get to the house, and it would be gone. And then the next time she'd come, she'd borrow more stuff, and it would be gone. It was a one-way street that way, and then I'd occasionally go over and scoop my stuff up and get it back.
Okay.
And send it to the cleaners, and its cycle would begin again.
Now, during the, at any time, well, sometime after you got out of jail in 1987, did you end up having somebody live at your house for some period of time?
I had Maria living there for a while, and then I had a lady from Canada and her daughter living there for a while.
Okay. And do you remember what her name was?
Lucy Peridin,
Yeah.
and her daughter Laurel.
And you had mentioned before that at least in 1985 that you were involved in some community activities. Were you still involved in those community activities?
Not really. At this stage, I was too involved in trying to get a settlement, and I was pretty stressy, and I didn't feel capable of performing any of the duties that went along with those committees and things. So I basically dropped out of everything.
Okay. Did at some point you try at least to stay in some of them?
Yes.
Okay. And did was there any problems that you were having with Lee during this period of time?
Yes.
And what problems were you having with Lee?
I'm not real good on exactly which problems at which time. But Lily had a problem at school. Is that what we're talking about?
Did she call you in regards to helping with that? problem
Yes.
at school?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a time that Lee had problem at school and because of drugs? Okay. And did she do anything at that time?
And go to La Jolla High, which I was against. And she wasn't even there a few months, and she got in this trouble of getting caught with drugs. She had no trouble at Bishop's, but she got in with the wrong crowd at La Jolla High, and it was a disaster from the very beginning. And so she didn't get thrown out of school. She was supposed to meet with Dan and the principal and Lee, but she was so afraid of Dan getting mad at her that she never went back to school.
Okay. Did she run away at that time?
Yes, she ran away from Dan's house. That's where she was living.
Okay. Did you do anything to find her at that time?
Yes.
Okay.
She called me. I knew where she was, kind of.
Okay. And did she come to you at all?
Yes, and she lived with me on and off.
Okay. Was there any problems when she came to live with you? Was there any problems with that Dan was saying with her living with you that you know of?
I don't know about what Dan said, but there were problems that I had with Lee living with me.
Okay. At any time did you have to? Were the problems enough that you had to do something to try to, where she was just missing, where neither you nor Dan knew where she was?
At one point, she took one of my cars and disappeared, yes.
And did you do anything to try to find her at that time?
I reported the car stolen to the San Diego police, but they couldn't find her or the car.
Did you do anything? Did you hire anybody to look for her?
Not that time, I didn't.
Okay. Did, at some point in time, was she missing at a point where you hired someone to look for her?
Yeah,
Okay. If you can just tell me when that was, you know.
it's the next time.
Okay. The, in the summer of 1987, did you have any plans to go anywhere? Go out of state on a vacation?
The Hawaii trip. Are we off the Lee and the Kim and
Yes.
all that?
Let's go back to a time where we know we were in 1987.
Okay.
Summer of 1987, did you have any plans to go in?
I bought at the Bishop's auction a trip to Hawaii for the children and myself. And that's important that I bought it at the auction, which is when we were leaving, I couldn't get my money. It didn't go to the hotel or the airlines or anything.
Okay. Did you make plans for the children to go to that?
As much as I could with no custody, as I discussed it with the kids, and they wanted to go, I wanted them to go. It was summertime, they had no other plans. There didn't seem to be any reason to me that they couldn't go. But
What-
Dan wouldn't let them go at the last minute.
Okay, so that was a decision that was made at the last minute.
Exactly. The day I was leaving, they couldn't go.
Okay, now what kind of place did you go to? Was it a,
It was a family place. It was all families and children and on the waterfront beach. And it was a very family place. And I had a two-bedroom condo.
okay, and did you go on that trip?
I was torn of whether to go or not the day I was leaving because I'd never been to Hawaii, neither had the children. And my choice was go to Hawaii by myself or not go at all and lose the whole trip. So I did end up going by myself just to see what Hawaii was like.
Did you ever tell the children that they couldn't go?
No, they know they were supposed to go.
In if I could put up another board, Your Honor, for
Certainly. Page -6.
it would be July through December, Your Honor, 1987.
So, Mark.
I would ask the court to take judicial notice that on July 6th of 1987, there was a contempt hearing that was continued.
Take judicial notice of that?
And on July 10th, there was a trial setting for the date of July 10th. There was no appearance by any parties.
This date that it was served on the attorneys?
Yeah, that was the date that it was originally set, and it was not, they did not have a trial, and there was no appearances.
Take judicial notice of that?
There was, on July 22nd, there was a notice of hearing that was served.
Take judicial notice of that?
Served on the attorneys.
On the attorneys only. That's July 22nd.
Take judicial notice of that?
On August 12th, there was an OSC contempt filed.
Take judicial notice of that?
On August 19th, there was receipt of requests that suspended sentence be imposed.
Take notice of that?
On August 25th, there was a contempt hearing continued. File was not available. Appearance by Mr. Berry and no appearance by the defendant or Mr. Broderick.
Take judicial notice of that?
On September 9th, there was a filing of appellant's opening brief.
Take notice of that?
On July 21st, on September 21st, there was a contempt hearing which was continued.
Take notice of that?
On September 22nd, there was a contempt hearing that was continued.
Take notice of that?
On September 24th, there was an order to show cause with regard to telephone orders that were filed by the defendant.
Take notice of that?
There was a hearing on October 5th. The contempt hearing was off calendar. File was not available. There was no appearance by either party, and there was a receipt for records and tape recordings.
Take notice of that?
On October 26th, there was a dismissal of contempts with prejudice.
Take notice of that?
On December 2nd, there was a notice of hearing
Take notice of
that
that?
was served on the attorneys. And on December 3rd, there was a contempt hearing off calendar, no appearances by any parties.
Take notice of that?
On December 7th, the respondent's reply brief was filed.
Take notice of that?
Now, at the time that you were sentenced on the contempt hearings, were there still other matters, other hearings? There was a series of contempt filed against you, is that correct?
Yes.
And there were, when you received still to be heard at some other time?
Yes.
Okay. The, now, after the car accident, what did you do? Did Lee, when she took the car, did anything happen?
That's how I got the car back. The San Diego police never got it as a stolen car. It was involved in an accident.
Okay. And did you do anything with Lee at that time?
I met her in Ocean Beach where the accident was, and she got in my car, yes.
Okay. And what did you do?
We went straight to the McDonald's Center in La Jolla.
Okay. And was she upset about you checking her into the center at that time?
Oh, we were both upset. She wasn't as upset as I was. I was upset about her having a drug problem and being dropped out of school, stealing the car and stealing money from me and being missing from home. I was more upset than she was. But she wasn't happy about being checked into the McDonald's Center.
At some point, did Lee end up being missing from McDonald's?
I think she only stayed 2 or 3 days, and then she walked out.
It's not a lockup drug rehab. She was free to walk out. She walked out in the middle of the night and called me from UTC and said, come get her, about midnight one night.
Okay. Did, well, at some point in time, did you look for her after she left the hospital?
I didn't. She called me and then directly and picked her up. And then I tried to take her back in because once you walk out, you're out. They wouldn't take her.
Okay. Do you remember at a time where you ever hired some people to go find Lee?
Yes, she lived with me for a while after the McDonald thing, and I told her if I ever catch you with any, she said she didn't belong in McDonald's, that they were all addicts and this and that, and she wasn't one. I said, okay, I'll believe you, but if I catch you one more time with anything, you're back in. And so I overheard her on a telephone conversation, and the friend said, oh, I've got some rocks or something. And so I knew she was still doing stuff. And she knew I was after her, so she ran away again.
Yeah.
And then I hired private investigators, and we arrested her. We privately arrested her.
Now, did you call Dan about trying to get him to help you with your daughter?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard a phone call, phone message that was played here in court in regards to the problems that Lee was having. In regards to this?
Yes.
Okay. And did Dan do anything to help finally?
No, he threw her out of the house. He wanted absolutely nothing to do with her, and he wrote her out of his will.
Okay. Now, did you check Lee back into a hospital again?
Yes, but this time it was San Luis Rey, and it was a lockup unit. She was going to stay there this time.
What was she like at that time?
She was absolutely furious at me. She was yelling and screaming. She almost threw my purse out the window of the car. She was not happy about being locked up in this place.
Okay. And how did you feel about that?
I was very upset about the whole situation. I didn't know much about drug addiction. I had never seen any kind of drugs. I didn't know how to judge if my own daughter was under the influence or not. I just didn't know the signs to look for. I did not know the seriousness of her problem. But I thought if she went in one of these programs, they would be in a better position to know how bad her problem was. They weren't going to beat her. I was there every day. You know, it wasn't awful. It was a nice place. They had nice food and they were nice people. But she couldn't run away from this one.
Was there a program there for parents attending and aftercare?
Both at McDonald's and CA, the addiction programs are family therapy programs. It's a family problem, and it's treated as such, alcoholism and drug addiction, that the family has to come in for a week of therapy at McDonald's. And I had to go to meetings every night as a parent at San Luis Rey.
Did you go to those meetings?
Yes, every night.
Did Dan attend any of those meetings?
No.
Okay. Now, during the time that you were going through the divorce, did any people try to get you to go into a hospital?
Yes.
And what kind of hospital did they try to get you into?
Lynn McGuire and Hillary Brady tried to send me to a codependency program in Florida.
Okay. Now, these were people who were involved in the legal community, or husbands were involved with Dan?
One of them is married to a lawyer, but they're both involved in alcoholics and codependency treatment as therapists.
Okay. And was there a reason that they were sending you to that kind of hospital?
Yes, they thought that was my problem, is that Dan was an alcoholic and I was in an alcoholic marriage and I had codependency issues, and that I really needed to go to one of these programs.
Did you go to the program?
At the time they wanted me to. No, I couldn't. I couldn't leave the house in La Jolla empty and go to Florida. It was in the beginning of the divorce, and I was afraid he'd sell the house if I left.
Now, sometime in 1987, did you have a family view from back?
Yes, I had a cousin and his wife and 3 children, and I had my brother Frank and his wife and their 2 children, and I had another family from Eastchester, New York, a mother, father, and 3 children come visit, because I live near the beach and I had a real nice house, and they came to visit.
Okay, and was this during the summer?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a time when you tried to get your children to be able to go with you to a family outing with all their children?
Yes, especially with my brother Frank and his kids. My kids had never met. They're first cousins that live in Tennessee, and they're very, very compatible in ages. And it turned out that Mag and Frank went to an event in Las Vegas and left their children with me, and I wanted to take their children and my children to Warner Springs Ranch so they'd have fun together, and Dan wouldn't let my kids meet their cousins.
Okay.
Wouldn't let them go.
Was there anything the children were doing? Were they out of town, or were they just...
No, they were home, doing nothing in Marston Hills.
Now, around the late fall or early winter of 1987, did you plan a trip to go anywhere?
I think I actually planned that trip during the Christmas holidays. It was a rainy Christmas that year. It was my 3rd Christmas all alone. I was extremely, extremely depressed, in fact, totally suicidal. And I was sitting in the kitchen, and I had a newspaper, and I was just thinking to myself, I mean, everything's in the toilet here. My whole life is in the toilet here. What can I possibly do to cheer myself up or to make something feel better? And I called a 1-800 club had Trip Tahiti credit card, and I thought maybe that would help.
Did it help at all?
No, I took the stress and the fear and everything of the legal stuff with me to Tahiti, and I tossed and turned in Tahiti, and I laid on the beach in Tahiti thinking, what are you doing here? You've got to get home and get this settled. It's not going to go away if you go to Tahiti for 10 days.
Now, did you, when you went to Tahiti, was there any pets that you had possession of?
The woman with no could do that on my no money.
At that stage, the dogs were back and forth. At that stage, the 2 Shih Tzu little furry dogs that we had were at my house.
No, up there, and their puppies.
Right, that's one of them.
Was that one of the, and that was Defense WW for identification. Was that one of the dogs?
That's Muffin and the puppies, right.
And whose dogs were they?
They were particularly the boys' dogs. Danny and Rhett owned Muffin.
And during that period of time when you went to Tahiti, did you do anything with the dogs?
Yes, I called up the boys and said I was going away on a vacation. And I also went up to Pasadena for Christmas, so I was going to be away. And I said, you've got to take care of your dogs. So they said, okay, fine. And I drove over there and I dropped the dogs and their food and their little dishes and their leashes and this little foam bed they have that they sleep in.
Okay. Now, at that time in 1987, did you have any custody of the boys at all?
No.
And did you have any visitation with the boys?
No.
Did you have other...
Your Honor, I think that I must have misspoken. There was a lot of visitation there.
Did Your Honor, I have a letter that appears to you. 5 pages long. Date, Christmas 1987.
Mark CZ.
I'll go to that and ask a few questions first, John.
Certainly.
Okay. The, when you came back from Tahiti, were you served with any new court papers?
Yes, the day I came back, I was served with papers that I was in contempt for coming within 100 yards and dropping the dogs off.
Okay. And,
Your Honor, excuse me, there were 8 counts of contempt in that, actually, not just one.
Your Honor, she has cross-examination.
Clear that up, Ross. Go ahead.
Were you served with a contempt paper dog?
Yes,
Now, was Tricia Smith still the attorney on the case?
yes.
And was she upset about not having moved forward at all on the divorce case, the property part?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have another letter that's marked AAA right then in the kitchen. I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's a letter that I believe is 3 pages dated January 15th, 1988. Somewhere. Show me what has been marked as for identification. Now, when you had Tricia's, was the purpose still that she would move forward on the divorce itself?
That was the sole and only point of this, of having a lawyer, yes.
And did there end up being another contempt hearing in regards to the dogs and the other items that were on the contempt order?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of, where was that contempt hearing held?
I believe it was in Vista.
Okay, and in front of what judge was that held?
Judge Joseph,
And was the courtroom open?
of course not.
Okay. And was there a jury, or
No.
was that a court trial?
It was just Dan and the judge and me, and Dan's attorney.
Now, did you attend that hearing?
Yes, I did.
Was Tricia Smith present for that hearing?
Yes, she was.
Okay, did she represent you for that hearing?
No, didn't want her to,
And why was that?
because I thought it was a total waste of money and a perversion of the legal system for Dan Broderick to be using the public courtrooms and the judge and the public court system
Hi,
for a
Carla.
personal vendetta
Day.
against me about really stupid things. And I was supposed to be paying lawyers $250 an hour, and I just thought it was total nonsense.
Did party plan that year?
Yes.
Were you able to have that party?
This is December 87, right?
Yes.
Yes, I did have the party. And it
What kind of party was it?
was like, it was a miniature version of the party we used to have where it was our good friends
and their spouses and their children, where it was good for the kids to get together at someone's house for the holidays. And I had a full buffet, and the kids were now older. The kids were in range from 8 to 15, 16 by that time. They weren't little kids anymore. And everyone brought their children.
Were your children able to attend that party?
No, Dan would not let them come on the day that it happened. And he had plenty of notice. It was planned for quite a while.
Now, after the contempt hearing,
Yes, she did.
okay, was there any time that she stopped representing you?
She stopped representing me on the contempts only because it was my wish. But I wanted her to continue representing me on the divorce to get this thing settled.
Okay, and was there any time that stopped also?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was into 88.
Okay. Well, if we had the first hearing was the contempt hearing on that involved the dogs was in 88, would it have been at that time that her representation of you stopped?
Not particularly. We had a discussion, the judge and she and myself, that I wanted her to continue on the case to settle the divorce. And the judge was very upset that nothing had been done on this case yet. And she complained that Dan hadn't sent the discovery over. And there was this big discussion in the courtroom. But I think she got married the next day after that court thing and went on a honeymoon. And when she came back, she didn't want to continue on the case.
Okay. Now, what happened to you at that contempt hearing?
I was fined a lot of money, but I don't remember. It's $10,000
Okay.
fine.
And
The dog's off, but not sentenced to jail.
time later on, in the spring of 1987, where was Danny going to school?
He was still going to Francis Parker
Okay.
in the 6th grade.
Okay. Now, sometime in the spring of 1987, did you go to a ski vacation during ski week? Did you go on?
Yes.
In 88, I'm
In
sorry.
88, I took Lee skiing because Dan took our whole family skiing, the other three children and Linda, to our regular condo that we owned in Keystone, but he cut Lee out of it. Lee is an excellent skier, and I felt so sorry for her that I brought her skiing in Utah. But no matter what I did for her, I couldn't make up for the fact that she was not with her family and her brothers and sisters, and it was really sad and pathetic.
Yeah.
But I did the best I could.
Okay. And did you do anything about, at that point in time, did you do anything when you were on that vacation?
Yeah, she was basically unhappy. She didn't want to be with me.
Stand.
Okay. Did you do anything?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do?
Lee was out skiing and she didn't want to ski with me, so I was in the hotel and I wrote what people refer to now as a book. But I wrote this thing in one sitting, which was like the story so far up to that point of what had happened in the marriage and the affair and my whole life. And I wrote it because I was so scared of what was coming up in court and suicidal, and I wanted to leave something in writing in case I killed myself so the kids would know what happened here. It wasn't just what Dan was saying was going on.
Okay. Now, when did you talk about Dana in that book?
Sure.
And did you talk with them and looking back on the anger you felt at the time, the depression?
I'm sure. I haven't read in a real long time, but I just wrote it at one sitting, and yeah, it was in 1988, and that's why I wrote it. I was very depressed.
Okay.
And very scared of what was happening in court and out of control and stuff.
Okay. Now, you've indicated that in 1976, when you went to the marriage encounter, you wrote there what your feelings were about Dan and why you married him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the way you felt about Dan up until the time of 1983 when problems arose?
Yes.
Okay. And And this is the marriage encounter that's marked Y for identification?
Yes.
All right, this time I'm going to ask whether the jury can read that.
First book?
Yes.
I have no objection to that.
Yes, there's an objection, Your Honor. The counsel wants it. We can talk about it in sidebar, but there's no objection.
Well, he's talking about her book.
Yes.
Come on up.
And you wrote this. I'd like you to look at the first page here. Does that tell you, does that help you in remembering the date that you wrote that this happened?
Yes.
What's the date?
The weekend was November 5th, 6th, and 7th of 1976.
Okay. And now, in the marriage encounter itself, are there letters that you wrote to Dan?
Yes.
And how would you, was there any way you would start the letters?
This one says, Darling Dan.
Okay. And did you write a number of letters to Dan in there?
Yes.
Did you talk to Dan about how you felt towards him when you were younger? When
Yes.
When you two first met?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you describe it, if you can recall?
I just thought he was great. I thought he was fun. He was smart. He was the man that I chose to devote my life to.
Did you talk about, did you talk in there about love letters, sending love letters, and what that meant to you?
Yes, he used to, even when I saw him all the time, he wrote me letters in school, and I wrote back, but I have all those love letters from him. And so I thought this was the first time since our courting days when we wrote each other letters again, so I really liked it.
Okay. And did you talk to him about what you wanted out of marriage?
Yes.
And what were you talking to him about?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked to answer. Discuss this.
Sustained.
Did you talk to him in here at all about his need to control?
Yes.
In the, where was Danny going to school in April of 1988?
He was at Francis Parker.
Okay. And where did people go? Was there a school that people go to a next level from Francis Parker?
From Francis Parker Lower School to the Francis Parker, or they switched at the time to the Bishop School in La Jolla.
At the time that, was there, at a time at the Bishop School, to get into the Bishop School, what do you have to do? Is there anything in particular?
You have to apply, get an application and write an essay and have recommendations by your teachers to qualify to take an exam. And then if you pass the exam, you're eligible to perhaps be chosen.
Okay. Did Danny want to go to that school?
Yes,
Okay. And is that something you discussed with him?
yes,
And how far did you make the plans for him to take the test?
yes. We filled out the application. I wrote the check. He wrote his essay. We got several of his teachers to write recommendations. He was a wonderful student, so that was no problem. And then he got his invitation to take the exam on a Saturday.
Okay. And was that something that had to be planned well in advance?
Yes, and there's only 50 students allowed to take the exam, and if for any reason you weren't able to make it, you were supposed to let them know 48 hours in advance so they could fill the spot with somebody else who was on the waiting list.
Okay. And had you made arrangements to pick him up to take him to the exam?
Yes,
Okay. And where did you go to pick him up?
to Dan's house.
And was there anyone home you went to pick him up?
No, it was just like the soccer days. Everyone knew I was coming any time he should have been there. He'd been waiting for me to pick him up, and there was nobody home.
Okay. And now, did you make phone calls to Dan in regards to that?
Yes,
And- Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was crying and I was very upset, and I said, I don't know why you're doing this to your kids. You know, you've had your education and I've had mine, and, you know, this isn't hurting me, what you're doing. This is hurting Danny. And I was really upset that he had done that.
And had you been...
Society had a big fashion show at Nordstrom's that exact same day, early that morning. And as a member of that group, I should have sold at least 10 tickets, and I should have been working on it and performing a lot of duties as a member of the group. And I ditched on that group because I knew I had to do the Danny exam thing. And so here the Danny exam thing fell apart, and the fashion show was happening, and I disappointed all those people as well. And I felt really bad about both things. If I had known Danny wasn't going to go to the exam, I would have been fully involved in them.
Now, and you didn't learn that Danny wasn't going to be there until that morning?
Right.
Did you get served with a contempt order in regards to that? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have to go back into court again?
Yes.
And where did you go to court?
I believe it was Vista again.
And in front of who?
Judge Joseph.
And when you went in front of Judge Joseph at that time, what happened in regards to that hearing?
I hadn't realized, because I was representing myself.
Okay. Had there something happened in the other hearing, the last contempt hearing you had, that you didn't learn about until this hearing?
Yes.
And what was that?
Evidently, at the previous hearing where I represented myself, there was put in there somewhere, but I didn't understand what was happening, is that if anything else in the future happened, I would automatically be fined $16,000 in attorney's fees. This wouldn't be to the city of Silvers, paid to Mr. Barry, my paying Dan's lawyer.
Okay. And in fact, were you fined the $16,000 payable to Dan's lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. Did the judge say anything at the end of that hearing?
Yes. Finally, the judge got upset with Dan Broderick and Gerald Barry and said, don't you dare come in this courtroom again unless you want her to go to jail. Because he was also going to send me to jail, and they made an argument against me going to jail, and the judge just had a fit, because it dawned on the judge that they were playing games.
Calls for speculation.
Yeah. And so what did he say was going to happen next time you showed up in court?
What he said was, he said to Dan and Gerald Barry, don't come back in this courtroom with these contempts unless you want her to go to jail. So what that meant to me was, if we end up back in there on contempt, I am definitely going to jail.
And did you sometime later, Did your children tell you something that they were told about that hearing?
Yes, Dan went home from that hearing and had dinner with the kids and was telling them that he kept me from jail, and wasn't he a nice guy?
Did that upset you?
Yes.
Now, at this time, was there anything done in regards to transferring the case somewhere else to try to get a settlement of the case?
I started getting, we ended up in family court in front of Judge Murphy in summer of '88. But I can't remember if that was after the mandatory settlement conferences, before the mandatory settlement conferences, or during them. There were 5 mandatory settlement conferences.
Okay, and where were and those were in front of Judge Murphy?
I got a notice in the mail that you are supposed to be at this thing called a mandatory settlement conference. You are ordered to be fully prepared to settle. If you ask for an extension because you're not prepared to settle, you will be sanctioned. And the worst that can happen, according to my first mandatory settlement conference notice, the worst that can happen is if you don't settle the case on this date, you will be assigned a court. And so I was real happy when I got the first mandatory settlement notice, because I thought we were going to mandatorily be made to settle this case.
And did you appear before Judge Murphy?
I appeared downtown. It was not Judge Murphy, it was someone else.
Okay. Eventually, did you go to Judge Murphy?
After Dan missed 5 mandatory settlement conferences, Judge Murphy got control of the case, yes.
Okay. And how many of those mandatory settlement conferences did you go to?
All 5.
Okay. Did Dan show up at any of them?
No.
Okay. Were there any sanctions?
No.
Okay. Did what did Judge Murphy do at that time?
Mr. Barry had sent a replacement, a younger attorney, because
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained.
What happened at the last hearing?
Judge Murphy got on the phone from his bench and called Gerald Barry and demanded that he show up right now, and he said we'd wait for him.
And why was that?
Because he had put off and put off and put off, and he was just playing games, and Judge Murphy said, I don't care what appointment you've got, I'm waiting for you, get over here now.
Okay.
And we waited, and Gerald Barry finally showed up.
Okay. Now, was the case settled at that time?
No,
Okay. And was the trial date set within 14 days?
no.
And who was representing you at this time?
Myself.
Now, during this period of time, were you, as part of, eventually a trial date was set, wasn't it?
Yes, much later.
Okay. Now, were you starting to get some discovery as to, leading up to the trial in December of 1988, were you starting to get some discovery as far as community assets, what they were saying were your bills or what you were responsible for?
Yes, Tricia Smith gave me her files that she had gotten.
And eventually, were you sent things from Dan's office in regards
Yes.
to things that you would need?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, Mark,
That's for the record.
Triple B, Your Honor, is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-page, looks like a credit card bill with some kind of checks on the back of them, Xeroxed over them, looks like cash checks, with a yellow sticker attached to it.
All right, so Mark, triple C.
And triple C, is that one? Triple C, Your Honor, is a 1, 2, 3-page charge account. Again, with yellow stickum attached to it with the name Linda Kolkena printed on it. So, Mark, showing you what marked triple D for identification. Oh. Showing you, first of all, what is triple B for identification with the yellow stickum with the initials B. Have you looked at these? No question how she keeps her girlish figure that's written in the yellow.
Right.
When you received those, were these attached to that? And who is B? The initial B.
Me?
No, right here, this B. Do you know who that was?
No.
Okay. Do you know, did that look to you to be Linda's handwriting?
Yes.
Okay, and showing you what is marked triple C, another yellow one that's attached that's with a type printed Linda Kolkena D. This pile is for the fat one, signed L.
Mm-hmm.
Did you receive this also?
Yes.
And was this attached to it at the time?
Yes.
Okay, now there's a D here with a dash, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that, the D with the dash?
That's what I used to call Dan a long time ago. I don't know anyone else who ever referred to Dan Broderick as D.
Okay, so that was something that was a name that you had for Dan when you were married to him?
It was more or less in our courtship, and the charm that he gave me, he engraved it Love D. And on all the letters they used to write me, it was always Love D. But never before have I ever seen anyone refer to him as D.
Your Honor, I'm going to go to another area. I wonder if it's an appropriate time for recess.
Certainly. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our evening recess at this time. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you nor form any opinions till it's finally submitted to you. Have a nice evening and be extra careful not to look, watch, or listen to anything about the case. Night. Night.
Come on, turn my camera back on. There. Okay. All right, guys, we're going to stop there today because, as you can see probably on my face, I'm not feeling well today. So I'm going to go lay back down. But I will be back in the morning at 8. And I don't know if that trial's starting tomorrow or not. It's supposed to. But I don't see anything about it on YouTube anywhere. So we'll watch it if it starts. If not, we'll just do this all day again tomorrow. But we'll definitely be back at 8 to listen to more of her nonsense. Thank you, Wiggles. I don't know what's wrong. I don't feel good. I'm fighting sleep and I slept fine last night. I got a full night's sleep, so I don't know why I'm so sleepy, and I'm achy and don't feel good, and I don't know. I have no idea, but that is the nature of fibromyalgia, that some days you just don't feel good and you don't know why, and it's just ugh. So I don't know. So I will see you guys in the morning. I don't know what we're gonna do tomorrow because I'm aggravated when they don't, like when they talk about a trial that's coming up and then they don't say for sure whether or not it's going to be streamed, that aggravates me. Because I get all excited for a trial. Like, you guys remember the dog park trial? Like, I got all excited for it, and then I couldn't find it, and then we ended up finding it on some news station in Central Florida was doing it. And I can't remember if we even watched it live or if it was after the fact. But I remember being frustrated with that one because I couldn't find it. And then all of a sudden I found it on a little bitty news channel. Thank you, Marty. So it might end up being like that. Like, we might find it on some obscure news channel we've never heard of, because I don't see it on Law and Crime or anything, so, or Court TV. So we'll have to, hopefully, fingers crossed. So, okay, guys, I'll see you in the morning. Bye.